PKA 740 with our guest Richard Ryans from seemingly behind a strip club. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Harry's, Lock and Load, and all of Derek's products, and our merch. Richard, I love your backdrop. Every time it's more elaborate. Last time you had a lot of leftover Halloween decorations behind. Now you have a real live car.
Yeah, actually, so it's funny because Chiz hit me up this afternoon. I'm totally not prepared. I'm in the middle of construction right now, but this, I haven't shown it yet, but this is, I'm going to be releasing this car here in a few days. It's a Tesla S-Apex that we've been working on for about 2 years. And I built out, I'll show you in a minute, a kennel inside of it. Oh, so it's for the Warrior Dog Foundation and the Warrior Dog app that I built.
Dogs can't live in a Tesla.
Well, so it's got a working dog kennel in it and a fully autonomous weapon system.
So what sort of threats could this weapon system neutralize?
So it's actually an M134 with a remote fire system that has different types of visual recognition.
Not for me, but for the listeners who don't know what an M134 is.
A minigun. A minigun chambered in 7.62.
Oh, sick. So like an even bigger gun than what Walt was fucking up those that gang at the end of Breaking Bad. Like that sort of thing?
No, actually, that's the same caliber, right? What did he have?
I think that was an M60. So Taylor's never seen like half a dozen movies. You ever seen Matrix, Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
You know when the what do you mean obviously? When Morpheus
push back on that one too.
When Morpheus snaps the handcuffs and Neo's shooting the minigun out of the helicopter, that's the minigun that I shot. Like the one that's in that shot. Where did you get a fucking minigun? It's the one with the spinny barrels, Taylor. How do you not know what a minigun is? My mom knows what a minigun is.
I was comparing to like the amount of power. Like it could neutralize a clan of gang members.
Yeah,
it
can spend a lot of money really fast.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool, but safety has no price, so that's good. So, what are you anticipating? What's going down?
So this is it was a really fun build that I wanted to do. So Canine Veterans Day is coming up March 13th, and I just wanted to do something to really get people excited about, the website and the app that I built. And I was like, all right, I've done several car builds at this point. I did the Toyota Prius that we mounted the Vulcan to. And then, of course, the Model X that mounted the 2 5.56 miniguns that came out the side. And then I totaled this car when I mounted the minigun to it last time and put rivets all in the body. And I was like, all right, well, I got to replace the body. I reached out to the guys at Unplug Performance. And they were like, well, we've been working on this thing called the S-Apex where we widen the body, put a carbon fiber body on it and everything. I was like, okay, cool. I can either total this car that has 200 miles on it, or we could just replace the body and do another really epic build. And so that's what we did. And it's taken the better part of 2 years. And I've been working with the guys over at ProFence on their remote fire capability system that will have various different forms of image recognition. So you can put regular cameras, thermal, infrared, and stuff like that. So you can.
We circle back to you totaled the car? We just breezed right across. Why was it totaled?
Because I put rivets all in the body. And so
bad?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it wasn't drivable. It's just I couldn't sell it. So I could drive it like that, but everybody's going to know that everyone's going to know that it was me. So it just increases the probability of something happening to it. It's like, I don't like the idea of having a vehicle that I don't drive. So I'm not into collecting things.
Where does the gun go?
Oh, yeah. It goes.
I hope it
right
pops
there.
out.
Oh, it mounts to the front.
Yeah.
And where do you operate the gun from?
So inside the car. And so cool. you can manually arm it in the cup holder slides out, and then it has the switch for fire and everything. It's great.
Okay.
And then of course you can use it. You can. You can. Yeah, for the remote fire system. Yeah.
So you can shoot it while you're driving.
Well, the passenger can. You just focus on driving, or what you can do is you can put it in. I forget what the mode's called where you call the car. Yeah.
I
it's
forget too.
It's not Sentry, but it's summon. Yeah, you summon the car. You summon the car,
and you can shoot it while it's being.
Oh no! I pressed Sentry instead of summon, and it killed Grandma.
Wow,
that's my
third valet this year. That I've diced up.
When you ding the door. That sounds. When we were at the what do you call it ranch? Remember, I was doing that remote control gun thing.
Neverland.
Remember, I was doing that remote control like gun thing that had the screen on it. Is this like that at all? Is it a similar company? Like
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Except for actually no, it's very similar to that because it still has the multi-axis movement on the. You
can be so active.
The gimbal.
Okay, so
yeah.
So what I remember about that system is, if you give me a second, then I can tap, adjust these crosshairs on my readout to be exactly where I want. So it'd be like a perfect sniping type system. Or if it was a stationary target far away, I could put a machine gun on it and But it seemed like if there was a fast moving target, I would have really struggled to track it. It felt like I was a noob at a video game and I didn't have both my axes down or something. It felt really. How does this compare to that? Like if something was running 50, if something's 50 yards in front of you and it's running left or right, could you track it sweeping across and shoot it?
For sure.
Oh God.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I haven't shot it yet. So like the shoot is next week. And so I've just been building out the studio here, trying to get everything ready. And the build before was to stress test the 134 on the front to see if it activated any sensors on the car and caused the airbags to deploy or something like that, right? And it didn't. So now I feel confident in being able, because I took it on a racetrack last time. I was taking people for joyrides because it has a full illumination kill switch, so the car goes completely dark. And I put MVGs on and have people ride shotgun, and we'll go around a racetrack shooting the minigun, doing blanks and stuff like that. But still,
that's awesome.
Really
I like to think you're not allowed on this racetrack, and that's why you're running dark.
No one's going to tell him no.
Yeah,
he has a minigun.
They're really
in his
cool
trunk.
about it. Yeah, I mean, because it is a racetrack, they want to make sure that. Like,
another question.
Where
does the minigun draw its power from? Does it have it's standard 12
completely
volt?
Independent?
Okay, because if you'd gone so nerdy as to integrate it into the Tesla's power system, that would have been wild. And
I wanted to. There's just so many challenges around Teslas, so it's really kind of fascinating. Hopefully, people will appreciate the amount of effort that goes into it. Because when I did the Toyota Prius, Bob, Dangerous Bob, right?
Of course.
Yeah, he went to town. Him and the guys there in Globe, Arizona, they put a brand new frame and reinforced it in the floor pan and everything, but there wasn't a whole lot technologically to it. Whenever I was trying to build out the Model X, to remove the seats in the back, the car wouldn't drive. It wouldn't even turn on because all the sensors in the seat. So whenever the car gets into an accident, it actually measures the body position and the weight of the person on the seat, so it knows how to modulate the airflow of the airbag as it's deploying. It's insane. So if you're slightly off here, it'll be softer, or there will be a little.
Ford did that forever. So
really?
Ford did that forever ago. Yeah, that was part of my sales pitch. I'd explain that to families, especially.
Interesting.
I'm like, Toyota just gives you a big old bag of air. They don't care how small your children are, sir. Here at Ford, we're weighing your wife and your kids. Don't worry, ma'am. We won't tell anyone.
So that's
dude, I was fucking 19 in a tight shirt. Are you hitting
on my wife?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm fucking 19-year-old Kyle. I'm absolutely hitting on your wife, sir. Buy this Ford. Here's a question. Have you? Elon Musk is such a meme lord. We were just talking about him at CPAC being ridiculous. Have you shown this to him, or do you plan to show this to him? I know he's a little bit of a controversial figure these days, but I bet he'd be down to I know they're also weird about modifying Teslas and refurbing Teslas especially, but you're putting a minigun on a Tesla,
Yeah, that's slick.
I think he might be into that.
And it's for the troops, or like a kind of troop,
so I have to be careful because some of the relationships, they're like very sensitive about. Yeah, well, because FPSRussia and the videos that you did, there are some companies that have security or government contracts that if they get the wrong type of exposure, they jeopardize those contracts. And Tesla and the EV market is looking how to integrate into law enforcement and military operations. And so, dumb redneck here with the ability to do certain things that may see it as something that's cool. They may see it as something that's like, hey, we don't condone that. And they would sever those relationships with those people. So to be able to get around some of these censors, you really have to know what you're doing. And I've worked with some different people in kind of circumventing those check loops and stuff like that to make sure that we could.
I'm just imagining a whole commercial for this where like but it's directed by Paul Verhoeven. So your vehicle's now the urban pacifization vehicle, and then at the end it's revealed that we put one of those brain implants in the dog too. So he's a cyber dog now, and he's got cyber feet.
I don't like that. I don't like a cyber-footed dog.
He lost his feet in the war. He's a hero dog. You don't want to give him cyber feet.
Let him live the rest of his days in peace.
Taylor?
Now he has 6 spider legs and 2 like stabby claws that.
If a troop gets blowed up and they're all exploded, we don't send them back into war with blade legs. We give them a nice
bring them back
pension.
home. No, we're bringing those dogs that have been traumatized overseas. We're giving them arachnid underbodies, and we're allowing them to police America.
Oh, I hate your ideas. I don't want to take the cuteness of a dog and make it spider-like.
I would love that.
I would hate that. So it's fucking clicking and clacking, ruining your hardwood.
Dude,
I wouldn't like that. What I want to know about the truck, or the car rather, is that cage in the back. That could also be used to pacify foes, couldn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that
the cool thing about electric vehicles though that Kyle appreciates is like without the engine in the front, you can store a lot of ammo, especially for belt feds. If you have a belt assist in being able to feed that minigun.
Ooh, little robot dog back there.
But how much would a trunk full of ammo weigh? I mean, it would be
pretty heavy.
Pounds,
pretty heavy. Okay, so what is Richard? For those listening, Richard has one of those robot dogs that's going to be committing civil rights violations any day now. So
no.
I got to pass
dogs against people who don't have civil rights first.
Is this one of the good ones?
It is now. I mean, it is right now.
The light's green. We're good.
What's its capacity? Can it? What is that one for? Just reconnaissance, assault
crimes?
ISR really. To be brutally honest, right now they're more a pain in the butt than anything. Anybody who has a DJI drone knows the pains associated with when you want to use your device. You have to update it like twice a day before you can even use it. These guys are very much the same, but they're fun, man. Like the whole studio, man. I'm building a little cyberpunk alley. I'm gonna have like a VHS store bodega and everything out here. I got the camera robot and all that jazz.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can the dog do anything? Like, can you hit a button and make it do a flip or what?
No, I got to update it, which is so frustrating because I was
Son of a bitch.
I know when Chiz hit me up, I was like, all right, well, I'll have the dogs booted up and ready to go so you guys could see that. But then I have to do a freaking update and I can't right now.
Well, that's gay. Can you put a gun on it? Can you just put a gun on the back of it and go to town?
The flamethrower guys, what are the throwflame.com or something? I think they have one that has a flamethrower mounted to it and everything. But you can do a number of different things. We're in a very gray area as far as the regulatory bodies around.
Yeah, you want one that shoots.
I would assume it would fall under a destructive device.
But that's the problem. I was thinking of like what you could mount on it, and then you could sell them, but they could be easily modified by the LEOs.
Just a Picatinny rail.
Well,
yeah. Why couldn't you just do that?
Well, no, you need like It's always better if you don't have your own proprietary device. Woody was saying we saw Chinese bots fighting or doing shit weeks ago, and he was like, I'm kind of annoyed that they took a gun that I've seen before and they just strapped it to a robot. But I don't think you want to build your own proprietary mechanism. What if you had a bot that sprayed dye, that dye they use in banks to identify an attacker, a robber, and they also use it sometimes in pepper spray, and it's like, oh yeah, it marks the bad guys in riots. It goes out there and it with a camera, we identify the real troublemakers in the crowd. We spray them with dye, and then the officers know who to grab in a riot or a situation like that, and they'd be like, oh, cool. Then they can put pepper ball launchers or pepper spray launchers, CS hoses or whatever they want on there. Then, the Chinese can put flamethrowers on there. They got those Dwager fellows that they need to round up, I'm sure.
They're going to copy us no matter what. And so we just need to move past it and get better at a faster rate than them.
That dye, someone in my high school pulled the fire alarm because he wasn't prepared for a test. And he came back to class and it was all over his hands. And he kept them in his pockets. He was like trying to keep it subtle. It didn't work. They knew exactly who did it.
Huckleberry Finn shit. That's so stupid.
That is absurd. I don't know anyone who actually did a fire alarm pull because they were unprepared for something in school. That was like a meme. Like
wait, there was a dye on the fire alarm?
Yeah, the lever that you pull, it squirted a dye in my high school.
No way.
Is that not normal? Do they not all do that?
I bet that's a high school thing. Yeah, there's no way if you're like a businessman in a meeting and you see smoke and you pull it, you're going to ruin your suit. Like,
as I think about it, didn't that guy, a Democrat in the House of Rep, pull one like last year was he maybe trying to avoid a vote? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think he was trying to avoid it. That was so funny because he's like, I didn't do that. You guys are a bunch of fucking liars. And there's like, here's a video of you pulling it. And he's like,
I fell.
What?
I remember that day.
It's multifaceted.
Yeah, he didn't get screwed.
It depends what pulling it is.
We had a guy that pulled it one time, and it was a big, like, they put out a bounty to tell on who had done it. And somebody was like, I'm going to go tell on so-and-so. I know he did it. He's like, I'm going to get that money. I don't remember what it was, like $150 or something. And I was like, yeah, you going to tell on him? Like, yeah. So I beat him there, and I told on him first.
Where was it?
You tattler.
Like, I didn't even know who had done it. But then the other guy, like, he's there like just a few minutes later, so they made us split the reward, and he's so mad at me.
How much was the reward?
Like $150, but to like, a ninth grader, it's like, that's a ton of money. It's like a whole video game.
Yeah.
I can buy a whole video game with that. We had also somebody break into the school. I don't know what night it was, probably a Friday night. So they had the weekend till anybody knew what had happened. I don't know what their goal was, but they tried to break into the computer lab, and we had that glass that had the wire through it. So you could kind of see in a little bit, but not get through it. And he had kicked all that wire in and tried to break in, and he had stolen a couple of computers. But then he had just gone on a rampage. Like they said, obviously I wouldn't know because I was a student at the time, but they said that he shit in a pot and put it in an oven and baked it and left it baking all night. And like they found it like day or two later, like this baked turd that had been calcified.
Come on, just good, clean fun.
And then he went into the gym and like sprayed fire extinguishers everywhere. And it sprays that like powdery chemical. I don't know what it is, but everywhere. The whole gym's covered in white powder. Real piece of shit. They caught him. I remember. I don't remember.
Did he get in real trouble or school trouble?
I think one of them was already out of school and the other one was in school. But I think he got in all sorts of trouble.
I've said this before, but I when I was in high school, probably sophomore or junior year, someone in my grade put mighty putty in all the locks through the front of the school. And so like getting to school that day, like there was just some poor janitor having to completely take off all the doors to get into the school because they couldn't, you can't put a key in that mighty putty. I guess they're not joking.
Huge safety hazard.
Truly yeah, it is. He did it way before school. And this is the Poop Bandit. It's the same guy. No idea what that guy's up to now. Hopefully he's doing good. Big shout out.
What a piece of shit.
I bet he's doing like 10 to 20.
No, someone told me he works in finance now. So, but I found that hard to believe. So I don't know. Maybe I've been misled. Yeah, no idea what that guy's doing. He was having a good time in high school though, just like in the classes, having a a handler because he was so poorly behaved. It's like he could have gone to class and learned. He just didn't.
Did he have a family situation? Like, was his parents divorcing?
I don't know
anything.
I was never like close to him, and so like I wouldn't have known if he had serious family problems, and none of my friends told me that he did, so I would guess not. He was always badly behaved. He like was selling huge amounts of prescription pills throughout high school, like as a 16, 17-year-old, like Vicodin, Percocet,
clearing
opiates.
up everyone's strep throat.
He was clearing up everybody. Except most of his clientele, I guess, wasn't even
moxicillin, fluconazole. I got it all. What
he wasn't like a guy who, his family was very wealthy, and so he had some connection where he could get huge sums of these things, and he wasn't like selling it like, hey, you want a pill for $40? Like, he wasn't doing that. He was selling to like these unbelievably seedy, like, criminal guys, these giant containers of like Vicodin and Percocet and whatnot, and making huge sums of money. He like showed up at school one day, and this is one of those stories that I would be like total bullshit if I hadn't seen it. But like, he bought himself a Cadillac in cash because he was it was our senior year in high school, and he was one of those kids that like turned 18 in like 2 months before the year began. And so he bought a Cadillac in cash, and then he drove it for like a week, and then his dad made him return it. And he just, same guy, one of my close friends who I trust says that he got invited over there once, and he's like, yeah, we used to hang out sometimes, and I was honestly afraid to tell him no. Like, he'd be like, dude, come over and hang out. And I'd be like, all right. And then he brought me into his room once, and there was like really nice shit that like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old shouldn't be able to afford. And he had like a chest full of money. And I'm like, a chest full of money? And he's like, it was a big, and I was like, really? And he's like, okay, well, it was a chest that you keep clothes in, and there was a shit ton of money on top of the clothes. And I'm like, okay, that sounds more realistic than a chest of money.
You better be over so we could.
There were all these potions.
All these potions. Yeah, all this loot that he had found. But yeah, he was always out for a good time. Writing stuff on the wall and shit, selling huge amounts of drugs to gangsters.
Dude, you always made this guy sound like a piece of shit, literally, because he was the poop bandit, right? he's leaving despicable messages.
We all thought it was funny,
written in feces. And well, I mean, modern day me thinks it's despicable. I bet his hands smelled all day. I mean, I bet he had the most nagging case of pink eye you've ever heard of. But now I'm hearing he was some sort of Tony Montana of high school, that he was running shit. Because what's implied by your story is that he was so tough at 17, 18 that he could like inject himself into the adult criminal underworld, and they wouldn't just take his shit. You know what I mean? Like some tough guy would like look him up and down and be like, "Give me your all this and the money." You know,
dude, I would not be surprised if he was being taken for a ride by whoever he was selling stuff to. But he was selling huge amounts of pills. He just had to like keep going back to whatever well or seedy family hookup he had that got him for him. And so like, to my knowledge, he was never doing like little time sales, because I didn't know anybody my age, and he was my age, who were doing prescription pills in 2007.
That's badass.
Like, no one was doing that.
You should still be friends.
I guess
with that
was pretty cool. I'm going to reach out to him. I'm going to find a way. I have like 2 friends who might be able to contact him. You know, you might not believe this. Him and the fire poi guy used to be close.
The fire poi guy. You know the flaming things on like strings? You swing them around like in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be like just the most like it'd be like a field day in 8th grade or something, and everyone, when you're in 8th grade, you're like, oh, I'm going to talk to my friends and hang out and do fun things that 8th graders do. Maybe we'll play like some way too rough 2-hand touch football on the pavement or something, and having a good time. And like, this guy, when we were like 13, was like showing up like blasted on hallucinogens. Like, it didn't make sense. He is someone that I always suspected. I also didn't know if he had family stuff going on, but it was always like, this guy does a tremendous amount of drugs for someone our age. Like, I'm played Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's like seeing things on field day.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody who did drugs. I wasn't cool enough.
You weren't cool enough?
I guess not.
You didn't know anyone that did drugs?
Not like drugs like that. Like there'd be like a couple of guys and you're like, yeah, we get higher. And then there was like some losers that would huff gasoline and shit. But nobody had like Taylor's like, yeah, he'd come to school blasted on hallucinogens. I didn't know what those were. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we didn't either.
I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I knew people who did lots of drugs, every drug, and it didn't make me cool in the slightest. These were the other guys whose names started with W who sat in the back of every class, and I think got ruined for it. We were always alphabetized in my schools. So I was like in the back with my fellow losers. I don't want to, I was no different.
Woody Adams had a different life.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if I'd be a far better student if my last name was Allen or something.
You wouldn't be as funny, though.
Would have forced you to, because you couldn't have goofed off as much. It would have been like, hey, shut the fuck up. We're learning.
Right? And everyone back, like behind you sees you. But yeah, I was in the back of every class.
Did you know were there a lot of kids at your school, Richard, do drugs early?
No, dude, I've never done any drugs myself, so I.
Kids in high school, their teeth were green and brown. Like,
yeah,
and
that's not drugs.
Fuzzy.
Well, I mean, Kyle gets it.
It's downstream.
You feel like you've got an eye on your shoulder, looking over everything you're doing all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. When you're putting miniguns in Teslas, you can't be fruiting around with that shit.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We're about in high school though. Like even in high school, like I just didn't have access to those drugs. I would hear people some people would talk about it, but nobody was offering me any drugs.
I told the story that these guys got jobs at the grocery store so they could huff all the Ready Whips. They just do like 24 cans and then put the remainder on the shelves. These nearly dead Ready Whips. That's Ready Whip, right? That's the one.
Yeah. Or Whip It, either one. They're brand. Those are both brands.
And that's why they work there.
Like dudes go to high school with hunting rifles in their back windows or anything like that?
Yeah. Not in their back window, but they'd have it behind their seat sometimes. Like if they went hunting that morning, especially. But see, 9/11 happened, or not 9/11, but Columbine. What was that? Was that 99?
99.
So like I was there, I was going to high school right as all that was ending. And it was like, hey, if anyone's got a shotgun or a rifle in your seat out back and the parking lot, certainly no one wants to know about it, and don't go do anything today, but don't bring it to school with you. There was a whole thing like because kids would go hunting in the morning and then they'd come to class and you wouldn't have, they'd be in their camouflage, in class. Like you wouldn't have time to go home and stash your gun. But that had to all end after Columbine, obviously.
Yeah, it was like I remember before Columbine hazing, a lot of times guys would bring paint guns to, we had the way our football fields were, as practice field was on a plateau, the game field was down, and then the school was down. So sometimes, like for hazing, guys would get put in ball bags and shot with paint gun markers and stuff.
It's good camaraderie.
Nobody was overly sensitive about like guns, even when I was in high school from like 2000, 2004 or whatever. Because I remember I had an airsoft pistol in my center console. And I would like brandish it at other students.
Did you draw over the orange?
Yeah. It looked like a real, this thing looked like a Beretta, like a Beretta, like M9 or something like that, like from Lethal Weapon. That's why I wanted it. And it looked like a real gun as much as any real gun. And whenever we would leave school and all the students, we'd all go get in our cars and we'd be in this big line of 300 cars melting down to two lines leaving the school. I'd brandish at my buddies or people. And maybe I'd pop them a few, pop, like shoot their windows. Nobody was scared. They were like, ha, Kyle's got his. Is that real? No, don't worry. But nobody was like ratting me out or making a big deal of it.
Question.
A different time.
The Libertarian Party was like very vocal about Ross Ulbricht, like leading up to the election and everything, and myself and a lot of other people very kind of happy to see that happened first week in the administration.
The Silk Road guy,
correct.
Okay.
And is there anything that the PKA community and Reddit could get together and help FPSRussia get his
His freedom's
right
back.
to bear our arms back.
Well, so we've got an in with future ATF director Brandon Herrera.
Yeah.
And so all we need is for that to absolutely happen. And then we'll get Trump's ear. Or really the best hope is that Barron on his own sees a meme and that leads him back to a video.
Prince
and then
Barron.
he looks for new videos.
When Prince Barron...
But is that a thing? Is that a thing though? Like can
there's
they pardon
like
you and restore your rights?
They could do whatever they want. Yeah. There's a petition with like 50,000 signatures on it now. So we need to get it up to 100.
If anything comes from this fucking show, let's get like a ton of videos like spamming the internet advocating for FPSRussia to get his rights back.
Dude, there are so many. Like Kyle is a legit legend. Like I follow a lot of on Twitter, like the gun people, like Brandon and Donut Operator, and there's a whole ecosystem of these guys. A lot of them with big followings, and like so often a video of Kyle from like 2013 will be posted, and someone who seemingly has been in the gun world for like 10 years now will be like, "Yep. That's where I got my start, boys. I know you think I've always been around, but it was this guy pretending to be Russian that got me into it." And so, like,
Dude,
those guys are pushing it hard.
The very first time
that
I
made me
met
go to Daddy's
Brandon
closet
Herrera,
and get his camera and his gun and sneak out into the woods.
the very first time I met Brandon Herrera at the range, he shook my hand and he was like, "Hey man, it's like an absolute pleasure to meet you. I used to watch your videos when I was a kid." And I fucking died inside. I died inside because he meant it as a compliment.
It is like getting older now, like, and seeing guys like Brandon, like hitting this stride, this level of success. Like, just in my head, I'll be like, yeah, Brandon, like, this is what he's doing with his life. So he's definitely older than I am. Look it up. No. He like graduated high school in like 2013. I'm like,
Mr.
I'm a loser.
What year did you
Great
graduate?
example.
2009.
26 years old, right? Like people want to criticize him for his going too hard in the paint and being tilted in life. But I would look at that and I would say, yeah, no, he needs balance or whatever. And then I realized, oh wait, no, he's 26 years old. No. Do your thing. Do whatever you want in your 20s. Go hard in the paint, man. Like you're killing it. Like burn your 20s. Maybe start thinking about things in your 30s or something. But like, yeah, like to each their own. But like, everybody tries to put their current circumstances on somebody else's moral compass, and it's like, no, it doesn't work at scale.
Yeah, so basically, if you have any other suggestions or connects, Richard, to get us closer to
you have the presidency,
King
right?
Trump, so that we can get that info over to him about Kyle.
If that
Kyle
happens,
pardoned.
it would be great. But I don't think being annoying is the way to accomplish something like that. But
what about like vague threats?
That's how I got my gamer tag back.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's also how Woody got his weed.
No, it's stupid, man. Like,
so we should do it.
I think it's stupid, right? I think the more people understand the circumstances around what happened, the more frustrating it is. Because, like, you have a situation with Ross Ulbricht and the, people talking about the way the Bureau and everybody else maybe handled things improperly. And
this is the Silk Road guy?
Correct.
Why are you for that, right? Like he used Silk Road to facilitate murders and drug sales and more. What do I have wrong?
So for me, I'm an individual rights absolutist. I'm very much a hardcore libertarian, and that means that as long as you're not hurting somebody else, you do you. What you do in the privacy of your own home is completely up to you. The thing with the Silk Road is that, yes, they may be doing illicit things, but that communication was over a public or private protocol. And, for the government or whoever to step in, again, there's nuances around. He should probably be the one to talk about it, but there are allegations that the government really overstepped in how they were there and other instances, maybe with agent provocateurs and, and riots, to all these other different things where they use different entrapment. It's just, there was a lot of shadiness around the allegations around him. And so,
a lot of shadiness around Silk Road, right? Like that—that's what it was. It was for facilitating
but here's the
illegal
thing.
activity.
I'm a software developer, and like Bitcoin is a perfect example, right? Bitcoin is a public ledger, right? It doesn't mean that, like, it being decentralized, most centralized government organizations will say it's a threat to democracy because people are using it for illicit activity. They're buying drugs and they're soliciting murders and all these other different things. No, it's a decentralized cryptocurrency that a government can't stop you from transacting, but because it's a public ledger, there's transparency and what is going where, right? And so he created a website, and people wanted to hold him accountable for the things happening on the website, right? And it's like, for me, I see code as speech. If you create a website and somebody uses it for nefarious activities or whatever, you shouldn't be liable for it if it's done publicly. Now, if you were doing something to shield it or make it hidden from government authorities or whatever, if the people hold them accountable. But because you created the code, like, and that's where we're kind of at in the world of Section 230 with, YouTube and social media companies hiding behind Section 230 as a private company. Whenever it's convenient, then they can pull certain strings on algorithmic weight, or they can be a public utility when they need to have that kind of protection. And I think it sucks when somebody like the developers of Tornado Cash or any of these decentralized or any of these websites get held accountable for the people that are transacting or using their services. I think it's bullshit.
I see where you're coming from. So what was the what did they nail Ross Ulbricht on? Was it like, hey, people were buying lots of drugs on your service?
No. It was about a murder, like hiring a hitman. And again, I'm not the guy to speak to it. There's people who are way more eloquent on like what happened and how it went down, but there's allegations around the different organizations setting him up.
Okay. I'm kind of struggling with it personally because, like, on one hand, I've never held AT&T responsible for what someone said on their phone, right?
Yeah.
You can set up a murder over cell phone, and I don't blame AT&T. But as far as I know, and I'm no expert, that's pretty much what Silk Road was for. It was for illicit activities. I don't think people were selling lawnmowers and corals and old fish tanks and whatever other, like, this was no Facebook marketplace. This was the illegal marketplace.
I agree, but the problem with permissionless or open systems in a lot of ways is the people who are early adopters are the ones who are outcast of the centralized platforms or entities, right? So like, when you have DRM media that is circumventing different things like VHS or Blu-ray and all these other different things, the porn industry follows, or digital, right? Like downloads and stuff like that. You have Bitcoin. Bitcoin early days was the currency of choice for people doing nefarious things back then because it was a way to transact value without having to use a centralized banking system. Now you still had to go to an exchange or something like that, like Mt. Gox or whatever. But the point is, early adopters, when you have a lawless or permissionless, like somebody can't control it, they can't stop it, you do have your edge cases. But the problem is, when you have the centralized banking system and all these other different systems that are heavily controlled, YouTube and everything else, you have those government organizations or private companies put their thumb on the scale in some way, shape, or form and say, if you don't comply, we won't let you use this anymore. And I think that's bullshit. That's why things like Bitcoin, I'm like, you might not like it as an investment, but to be able to transact and send $1 billion from point A to point B in the most secure form known to man today, not having to deal with SWIFT or anything else, I think it's a fantastic upgrade to our economic system to be able to exchange value that fast, that cheaply, that secure without so many middlemen. And it's the same thing with information. I think information and privacy are arguably more of a threat at this point in time with things like FISA and all of these different bills and everything that get passed that allow data brokers to create profiles around people's unique identifiers and then sell that to the government so that they can have access to all your information without needing to obtain a search warrant. I think there's a number of issues and problems. So for me, I think that it's frustrating when developers get held accountable for the things that people do on their platform. It's like if you're a solopreneur, you don't have the staff to create all the checks and balances and stuff. I don't know.
No, I see where you're coming from with it, and I like Woody's comparison with, it would. Can you imagine how much trouble Verizon would be in if they were like, all right, we're looking through all the texts in all these heavy crime areas. You're now accountable for all these plans of crime. Well, but I also don't know enough about Silk Road. It does seem like it was explicitly for like, hey, you want narcotics?
But it was the early days. It was an edge case, in my opinion. Like and they were transacting primarily in Bitcoin, and that's why Bitcoin had this kind of thing, the stigma associated with it early days. But like ultimately, the security value proposition and being able to store your own crypto keys, and if you're part of a country that's going through a revolution, you're not going to smuggle gold bars across a border as a refugee, but you could smuggle a 20-word seed phrase and carry your worth with you that way, in a way that doesn't expose
20
it to
word. That's how long it is to get back in your Bitcoin password.
Well, I mean, it depends on. Yeah, but you can do more. But guys,
was that your problem? It was too short.
It was too short. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you can do more.
I want to give a whole speech.
Well, there's a number.
And you know what? And I'm going to put racial slurs in it so that current AI can't brute force it.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go.
But you can do multi-sig authentication too. So like you could have a 2 of 3 multi-sig, a 4 of 5 or whatever, where it requires all those other different parties to sign a transaction to be able to initiate it. It's really it's an amazing thing. And to know that you don't have to ask permission. You don't have to run the risk of a corrupt government seizing your assets. That it's an amazing value proposition, in my opinion.
Are there any restrictions on what Ross can do now? Is it like, all right, you're pardoned and out of jail, but you can't go back to making Silk Road?
I don't know. I know some of those. I know there are some things around guys and their parole, but if you're pardoned, I think that's just it's time served. Some guys who get paroled can't have access to computers and stuff like that, but I don't know what the terms were around his pardon.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know much about that guy. Don't know much about
it was give us $183 million and we'll let you go.
Well,
he had $183 million. Oh, he had so much Bitcoin. That's why.
Okay. He had a lot more than 183 million in Bitcoin. A lot more.
He still does. Pardon. Yeah. That's what I think. I can't prove it. I made it up by myself, but you really think Trump's not selling pardons? This dude's fucking selling pardons.
But you think politicians use that shit to enrich themselves? Woody.
I mean,
well, he spoke at the Libertarian Conference, and that was one of the primary reasons why the Libertarian Party got behind endorsing him.
So was Trump.
that was a key talking point. He was like, week 1, he actually said day 1, but week 1 he followed through. That was a key talking point at the convention.
The only thing I can remember I've never watched any Libertarian conference or rally, but this was probably 8 years ago now, where it had all the Libertarian candidates up on stage, and it must have been like Rand Paul or something, whoever like the most mainstream of them
absolutely kills it. Like I
is
wish
he, he's a comedian. I know who that is.
He is, yeah. I wish he would fucking run for something because he can communicate in a way that a lot of us idiots can't. Like we stumble on coherent phrases and everything, and he's just really well spoken, conveying.
And they need to pick their battles better, from what I can tell about the libertarian like I recall so strongly and laughing at all these guys up on stage. Number one, like half of them are dressed like samurai, and like one of them's got a fucking like trench coat on, and it's like, what the fuck? Like one guy is wearing a suit who's like the front runner, like something Johnson maybe, and like someone asked him in the audience, like, so what's the deal with driver's licenses? The state has no bearing and no right to label us with this and require it to move freely about our nation. And the Mike or whatever Johnson, the main guy, I think his name was like, well, you know, we need some way to identify that people on the road are safe drivers. Like we need that. It's a useful form of identification for if you do this and that. And what if you need to buy something that is an age requirement? And the whole audience is like hiss, just like they're furious at the idea of driver's licenses. And it's like,
I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
It's like, are you guys retarded? Like they're censoring huge swaths of speech on social media, and you're having a giant debate about driver's licenses here.
Yeah,
like get real.
And that's a problem. I feel like every single party suffers from the extreme 10% co-opting the narrative around it, and that comes at the cost of elections. Because I would say the bulk majority of people in the U.S., I would say 80% of the people are very similar on their views, and the polarizing 10% on each end on those very, very niche, hot button, very well sharing and engagement farming topics that actually don't move the needle from most people in society. Like they drive political donations and fear, which get people to vote a certain way.
When
that's it.
The Democrats lost this most recent election, Destiny was like to the far left, forget it, you're out. You know, we can win without you, but we can't win with you. And somehow that phrasing resonated with me. Like, yeah. Our most extreme weirdo lefts, let's just like ostracize them or something. You know,
didn't end up working.
Can we silence them? You know, like, all right, purple hair, sit in the back.
I don't think that's like a good strategy moving forward for the left. Like I remember Hutch and Destiny and a number of like big media people saying like we can win without this crazy contingent of far left people, but we can't win with them. Okay. And then the far left people didn't turn out to vote at all, and they lost badly. And so like I think it's like a significant portion of like there are no young people in the country who vote left who are like, I love neoliberal foreign policy and neoliberal economics. It's like the reason they voted left ever was for those like culture war things that they perceived as a big deal. Like they only ever voted left because they were like, yes, you know, this gay cause is something that I will get invested in. And so it's like the idea that you could excise that, it's really with just removing all the young people, because no 20-year-old left-leaning people are like really excited about
whenever people,
Kamala's economic
whenever
plan.
people analyze the election, they always say, you know, those little social things that nobody cares about, like the bathrooms or the gender thing. And it's like, no, you keep missing the point. That is what they care about. Those are the voters who say, I don't care what X, Y, and Z costs. Get them out of the bathrooms. Get them out of the bathrooms. When Trump was getting inaugurated and he announced that he was going to recognize only two genders, that was the biggest cheer he got all day. And he made 4 speeches that day to varying degrees of sycophancy. And that in front of all half a room of haters was the biggest cheer all fucking day. Everyone was like, yes, finally, someone heard us.
Down to what
we meant business and we got it. Like that was the cheer.
What motivates the base and gets them out to vote? It's usually extreme issues, right? Because like whatever those polarizing things are, will supercharge that 10% to organize and actually go vote. It's really, really hard to get that 80% to vote. Like they just want to live their lives and they'll go to the ballot box maybe. But I believe a lot of people don't want to vote because they don't want to deal with jury duty and stuff like that. And the things
I had to stand in the rain.
Yeah, or they don't want to have to go through the process of registering. Like, my vote doesn't count. It doesn't matter. And I would argue that if people actually played a more active role in their local communities, that thing at the higher state and federal level would probably sort itself out at some point. But I think people just feel like their votes don't count. And if they would just like really make a concerted effort to know who was running for office locally, be it county commissioner to, I mean, especially now with taxes and everything, like people who like just every aspect of your life is touched by these people, and most people don't even know who they are.
Yeah, there's a lot of unaccountable people in our system.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to make civics sexy, though. You know, you need those causes, those inflammatory causes, those they're coming for your kids causes.
Well, even the military, right? Like there, you'll see a lot of the messaging right now with a lot of guys is that they're just, they feel that the military industrial complex is co-opted, what it means to be an American and those core values and wanting to grow up to be a patriot and everything else. And now you're fighting wars that nobody wants to fight and everything else. So these younger generations don't want to enlist or they don't want to join the military. But because I thought recruitment was down.
Since Trump, December it was up, and then January it was even higher.
Okay. Well, I meant leading up to the election. I have no idea what it is.
Well, through the Biden presidency, it was terrible.
Because I would argue that if you really want to make a change, like even if you don't want to serve in like the military, again, your local community, I mean, be it firefighter, police officer, there are so many different ways that like first responders can really have a meaningful impact on their communities. And I know that the law enforcement community has had a pretty rough go at it in the last 10, 15 years or whatever, but there's like there's a lot of
last bit
20 years, 30, 40, 50, whatever, but be the change, right?
Like, those guards in Skyrim are bitches. They've been doing this forever.
I mean,
did someone steal your sweet roll?
You might not be the guy that makes a big difference in the Rampart division of LAPD, but like if rural America and stuff like that, people still really hold their law enforcement, sheriffs, everybody very like meaningfully as part of their community. So like you can still make a difference. I mean, there's a number of ways, but I don't know. I think a lot of people feel like they've kind of given up or they've lost hope. And I think that, you shouldn't have that kind of defeatist attitude. There's little things. Ounces equal pounds.
I don't hear that at all. In my world, everybody's like cheering and wearing Burger King crowns. Like everybody's so fucking hyped that they're like vibrating. Like it's like your team won the World Series and then your other team came and won the NBA Finals and you're just on a hot fucking streak. Your college alma mater won the championship.
You're the team, whatever that hockey thing is.
Yeah, the other team, their stadium burned down. The other team's stadium burned down and their coach got cancer. Like this is like the best year ever for the people in my world. Like this would be like if Nick Saban was raped by a bulldog to death. Like an actual, like a pack of rabid bulldogs raped Nick Saban to death. And it was
What
televised.
if Tim Tebow fell in the Everglades and was eaten by an alligator?
Oh my God, that would be so wonderful. If he was doing some sort of bullshit, I'm going to throw a football through a hoop over a tank of alligators and he fell in and they ate him.
They tore him to pieces.
No, they paralyzed him and he'd be all positive about it and be like, this is what God wanted for me.
You know what? He would be positive about it. So a little respect.
He'd be so
respect
positive
on his name there.
Fuck him. I don't care.
He'd have
some
a
more
big jacked upper body.
I'm sorry. I take college football too seriously. It was a painful time.
Richard mentioned patriotism, which we can all appreciate. And the most patriotic thing happening today is the USA facing Canada in the championship match of the Four Nations Cup. Richard,
23 short minutes away.
Not at all?
Not
you didn't
all.
watch? You were the one person who wasn't watching that game?
I guess.
Man,
my chat asked me 600 times if I saw the game. I think they were trolling me at some point. Like,
is it good?
It was great.
Yeah, the game was good. I didn't see it. I saw the opening 9 seconds though.
So I'm
Yeah.
a non-hockey fan, but it seems like what they did was got rid of their All-Star game, and they did like a 4-country tournament. And now the U.S. is playing Canada for the championship tonight in 20 minutes or so. And obviously, there's huge tension between USA and Canada because of Trump and the tariffs, et cetera. So they've been booing our anthem at like non-championship games. Like anytime like the U.S. anthem plays in Canada, they boo it, and we boo theirs. So opening the game up at the last, we already beat Canada once, like I said, but they did make it to the championship, so we're playing them good tonight. But in the previous round, when we played Canada, they began the game with like 3 slobber knocker fights, and we beat the shit out of some Canadian players and then beat them in the game. And then Trump's tweeting about it. He's like, "One more loss, Governor Trudeau, and the U.S. takes Canada."
Love it.
Yeah, so championship is tonight. I have high hopes for the U.S. of A. We're a solid team. Not to say Canada's not. It's anyone's game. I would guess.
Oh,
I don't know how much like home ice advantage matters here, but it's in Boston, and so you're gonna have Americans.
I'm looking at the money line. It's even. They're both minus 110.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Or to ESPN. Oh.
The line is set at 5.5 goals. Hopefully, it'll be high scoring. That'll be fun. I'm gonna be
Taylor, what's your score
hunting
prediction? I made mine already. I'll tell you after.
I'm gonna say 4-2 USA.
I said 5-3. Okay.
Better
close.
bet. How many fights? Plus or minus 3?
See this?
Minus.
Plus
definitely,
or minus?
definitely minus.
No, that's not. That's too
3.
easy. Plus or minus 3.5.
Minus.
Also minus. We both chose under that.
So in the
More less than 3. Less. All right. Too easy.
Yeah. Man, Woody, we're rolling on our predictions here. No,
right.
so basic. So something that can change in championship games or in like really high stress games is you might not want to fight as much, especially because the Kachuk brothers who got in our fights, they're really good players. And so in that game, it made sense for them to do it and amp everybody up. But the intensity is already pretty high in this game. And we don't want to be losing Matthew Kachuk or Brady Kachuk through big segments of the game. And so I can see them starting. It's going to be a very physical game. There's going to be a lot of heavy hitting, but barring a dirty hit, I wouldn't be surprised to not see any fights.
Yeah, Taylor, you just really don't know what you're talking about here.
That's fair.
Stuff.
That's
I think
fair.
we're going to see a minimum of 3 fights tonight.
In the first 9 seconds.
Yeah,
I don't
they're
know
gonna
about
tie.
that, but there may be a fight like as soon as they.
I hope there is. I hope you're
as
right.
As soon as they toss the puck, as they say.
That is exactly what they
Canada
say.
starts a fight right at the start, loses it, but gets the instigator penalty.
If we get an instigator early on, that would be incredible. And all
Canada
we need,
needs to get it.
yeah,
let them start the fight, lose the fight, serve the penalty.
We need one of our guys to just like go against hockey morality, which would be like Kyle, if I was on Team USA and you're on Team Canada and you're talking shit to me at the face-off and you're like, "You want to go, bub?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's fucking throw down." But you know, the ref can't hear us. And then the game starts and you throw and like they do the face-off and I act as though I'm just playing, but you've already thrown your gloves down and you start approaching me. I just have to look back at you like, "Oh, get this goon away from me," and keep trying to play. And they'll be like, "Hey, you instigator, you're in the box." But that's unbelievably frowned upon in hockey culture. You can't like accept a fight and then turn it down.
Spoiler, Taylor, Shorzy does that, and it's amazing.
Yeah, there you go.
You need to watch it. You're gonna love that show so much. Please give it another try.
I will give it a go.
Man, well, I hope the boys have been antagonizing the Canucks all week. Then I hope they've been like sending them weird pictures of like jerking off with maple syrup to their girlfriends and stuff. What
a terrible thing to jack off.
Yeah,
no, it works.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like
you just got to be quick before it gums up.
You
want the gum? No, it doesn't. No, you want it gummy. You got to use a lot of friction to heat that maple syrup up and get it viscous. All right, you got to lower that viscosity.
Cheese fountain and buy maple syrup ejaculation station.
That's like a guaranteed yeast infection for her.
Wait a minute. You got girls involved in this? You're not a true gamer, all right?
No, this is just for the boys
over here.
Just for America, really. But yeah, I'm gonna be checking the highlights throughout the night, hoping that they post the good ones quickly on social media. I really hope America wins. That would be so awesome to win. I cannot believe what a fucking home run the NHL hit with this event. Like if they go back to regular All-Star break next year, everyone's going to be pissed because
They're
that
not.
shit
It's a big
sucks
deal.
compared to
Like,
this. Literally, if they did a hardest shot competition during one intermission and then like a most accurate shot during the other intermission, that would cover every good thing in the All-Star game. You get this intense game, and then you get the hardest shot competition. Boom.
I like the racing, but
The racing.
yeah, that's one of my favorite skill competitions with the top speed laps around the ring.
I would take speed and hardest shot. I care about hardest shot more than accuracy. I like, because half the time hardest shot is like, all right, we're bringing up Dvorak Dovicnovic, who plays in the minor leagues, and he's 6'11", and he's really bad, but he hits it hard. And then he just
They used to do the thing where they just did almost like penalty shots, where you skate in on the goalie, and people would do really clever things that blew my mind. I don't know if that still happens.
Every once in a while they did. A couple of years ago they did that, but I hope they never go back. This is so much more fun to watch. I know I'm the only hockey guy here other than Woody. Woody knows the sport. He just doesn't watch it as much. Yeah,
they don't watch it. All right, that's fair. But I got a lot of hours. I was in like 3 leagues at a time.
Yeah, you understand hockey. You're just not big on watching it, which is fair. You enjoy watching basketball, and it's the same fucking season. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, if America wins this tonight, like, a lot of people in America will be stoked, but Canada will be absolutely devastated. Like, I think like a third of their population watched the game. That wasn't even the championship. It was just the U.S. versus Canada in the earlier one. Like millions and millions of people watched it in Canada, which is a lot of them. And so, yeah, that would be great. Just a little victory for the US of A, a little changing of the guard. No longer will it be thought of that Canada's the undisputed #1 team in the world. No, now there's a new contender. Now America's in the mix. So that's going to be fun. Hopefully we don't get blown out.
I know how happy it makes you.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's the only sport I enjoy watching, because like I'll watch football and be like, this is kind of fun. And then like I won't know where to look when the play is unfolding, because I like Kyle, it's not that I'm retarded. It's that I'm not noticing all the things
put a
that I
glowy circle around the football for you, maybe.
No.
I mean,
it's not that I can track the football. That's much bigger and travels much slower than a puck. It's that when I'm watching hockey, I'm noticing what the players around the puck are doing, and I can see a play set up. Whereas when I'm watching football, I'm like, all right, this is pretty overwhelming. All right, he got it, and he got tackled. There we go.
I remember Fox did that back in the day to hockey. That's why I said it.
They did. People hated it.
Dude, for me, though, all right, you got to remember, though, is TVs were so shitty back then that you were, especially me, because I was a kid, I was on this little tube TV, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? It's just a bunch of little fuzzy guys running around. So putting that like glowy circle on the puck, now you could follow the game. And
I'm the only hockey guy who thought it was good situationally, and here's my take on it. I might even win Taylor over. When the view of the puck is obscured by the boards, I want the glowy thing back. I want to be able to see through the boards. Like let's say it's on the near side, right? And the cameras are not getting it properly.
Oh, yeah.
Just show me where that puck is, like digitally. I would like that.
Okay.
The NFL would handle that.
I can see that's actually a really good point. When they're like in a scrum and it's getting kicked back and forth, and you can never really tell from that angle. That I actually like that. I like
technology being.
I thought I might win you over, but I thought the odds were like 1 in 10. I'm feeling
that was good. I didn't have that in my head, and I was like, oh, it would be good to see, because so often you can't tell. You're just having to look at their eyes where they're looking. Right. There's no other way to tell.
I like when they integrate tech in. I think they're going to eventually do away with the umpires for a lot of the stuff they're doing in baseball. The NFL has tons of electronics on the field. Like those pylons have sensors in them, and that whole camera system above the field that's zipping around on a wire. That's so good. Like, it used to be kind of janky. It's so good.
Tennis does it really well. The Hawk, I think it's called the Hawkeye system, and it's basically perfect. Like perfect. They'll show you what the ball did through this like digital rendering, and then if you see the replay, it's the same. And in tennis, if it's on the line, it's in, and if it's beyond the line, it's out. Sometimes it's really close. They're aiming far as they can without going out, and the Hawkeye does it great.
When it hits the ground, like smushes and makes this not sphere shaped smush on the ground, and they're able to like superimpose that. It's pretty cool. Yeah. They've got a lot smaller field of play there to work with, and very simple game.
It's a simpler problem to solve.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Baseball has issues. You know,
Yeah, seems like they could be doing a better job. I don't watch baseball ever.
like, balls and strikes are so simple. It's just so disgusting when that's wrong, and when that's your team's not getting those calls. It seems so corrupt. Everybody had a meltdown about the Chiefs this whole year, but my God, like some of those umpires are just like, nah, that's not a strike today. So what are you doing to these people? What are you doing to our jobs? And you'll see those coaches have a meltdown. You're like, oh, that's pretty funny. It's like, he's defending his guys' jobs. Like this guy's trying to ruin them for no reason, or he's incompetent, or he didn't see it. And sometimes they're old as fuck. Like, you want some 25-year-old Air Force pilot-eyed motherfucker up there, like staring like with intensity, and he's on meth or something, so he can be like fired up and like not blink. He should be visined up and everything. Instead, you've got like 65-year-old fat guys who smoke cigars and drink whiskey, who can barely get down in the stance anymore. Like, are you sure? Are you sure that was a? Because I don't think it was a.
What did you say? Stall? What is that? He mixed them up. Yeah, I don't actually care about whether or not baseball does that, but I would like to not see baseball as a sport continue its decline that it seems like it's experiencing, because it's a very American sport, and so I
might have gone up this year. Yeah,
I thought it was on a long track record of
it
going
is.
down.
I think it had been. I'm wondering if this last year, with some of the rule changes to speed the game up, they put that like pitch clock on the pitchers, you know.
Oh yeah, you told us.
And they cut the. I think I read a stat that the total time, or the average time of a game, went down significantly, like 30 or 40 minutes or something. But then the total score went up or something, maybe. So it made the game shorter and better by every measure. Although they did do away with that pitch timer thing for the playoffs and the series, I think, because obviously I didn't watch the series after the Braves shit the bed, because they're fucking losers in a pathetic organization that should be just sold or merged out or something. Burn that shit down.
No, they're an excellent farm system for the Yankees.
Fucking losers. Fucking losers.
No,
losers.
They won in like
So
2019 or something, didn't they?
Taylor. It's
2018.
It's a tradition of mediocrity and underperformance, and it's pathetic.
We talk about Georgia football.
First of all, that's just them's fighting words. Nobody talks about your Philadelphia 76ers, and they're just
nobody does talk about the 76ers. That's true.
Unless it's a laugh, unless they want a good laugh because their team's doing poorly. Then we're talking about the Atlanta Braves actually, and they're
okay.
For some reason, I'm never going to watch them play a game again.
Dude,
You'll watch them again.
Baseball better than me, but aren't the Braves one of, like, if you go back 15 years, just grab a number, maybe top 5 most successful?
So
wins?
So what the Braves did really well is they've traditionally been in a pretty weak division in the National League East, and they went on this tear through the 90s and early 2000s where they won about 15 divisional championships in a row. During that time, they had Smoltz, John Smoltz,
Maddox,
Greg
David
Maddox,
Justice,
Glavine. Well, just those pitchers and Glavine. Maddox is one of the greatest pitchers of all time, and Glavine and Smoltz were very good, and they had that starting 3, and they won 1 series through that whole like time. And they got guys like Chipper Jones and Andrew Jones and David Justice and Marquise Grissom, and that's when I watched a ton of the Braves. Yeah, and through that whole time, they got it done once, and it's just pathetic. It's pathetic. I blame Bobby Cox's fat ass.
We all do.
He was the coach during the time. But yeah, I'm not going to watch.
I think you're coming down on the Braves too hard, because I just looked up a list. Teams with the most World Series titles: Yankees 27, ridiculous. Cardinals 11, Red Sox and Oakland Athletics 9. Dodgers, Giants 8, Pirates 5, Reds 5 tied, and then the Braves are right there, tied with the Tigers with 4. And so
they should have won 4 in the 90s.
We went pretty far down the list there.
That's like 9. That's like top 9.
It is a middling like budget. I watched Moneyball the other day. That's such a good movie. What happened to the A's though? I think like a year or two ago they were a news story because their fans were like their sign said sell the team, like we've been sold out by management, like they were boycotting. They had the stadium was completely empty. They had some kind of a whole meltdown and were trying to sell the team.
Not sure. But
do you ever go into any games, Kyle? Like Braves, Falcons, Bulldogs, or anything?
No. I've been to one of the Braves games, but no, I don't like going to sporting events in person. I've never had a good experience, except at hockey.
What?
Hockey's pretty good. No, I was actually with Taylor in Colorado, and we watched the Avalanche play. Who'd they play?
Coyotes.
Oh, yeah. And then I went to a couple Thrashers games way back in the day, but that's the only good viewing experience for. Like,
and you still remember they're two good players.
Yeah, of course. Hossa and a couple.
I'm thinking about this. I'm putting it together. So Kyle goes on a little, vacation, and Taylor's there. I imagine Taylor dragged Kyle to a hockey game, and he was game, right? Mm-hmm. Thinking back to my own experience, we're in Boston for PAX East, and I try to drag like 20 people to go to like Lausanne's gym or something. Dwindles down to like 3, but Kyle's game, right? Like MMA wasn't his thing at the time, but he was down to go. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, tip of the hat to Kyle.
Yeah, trying something new. Taylor
did drop like $600 on my ticket, so it was like, it came with like a buffet and drinks and shit.
It was good tickets, great seats, and it was a really good game. Neither of those teams at the time were incredible, and so
he had us behind the Predators bench, and like the glass is here. I can like slap the glass, and like I don't know anybody's names, but there's the player. I mean, he's as close to me as the backside of my desk is to me. I could lean forward and slap the glass, and he definitely gonna turn around and hear it. Like I could have fucked with him, and and we're also just right there on the ice. It's so cold down there, so that was sick.
I got really good tickets to a Stanley Cup game once when the Hurricanes were in it.
That's awesome.
And it was like, I don't know why I didn't see the smell of the team coming, but here we are. These guys could use more deodorant.
They do. You see, like, really how sweaty they are. Because, like, if you don't know hockey and you're watching it from way up there, you're like, that guy just got on the ice 28 seconds ago and he's already off again. And then you see it and it's like, because they're going 100% the whole time they're out there, just stinking.
There was a game, dude, I have the worst migraine. And a Stanley Cup hockey game to have, like, a just horrible migraine. Everybody's screaming. It went into like 5 periods. Like we're in double or triple overtime or something like that. And I'm sitting right behind the Red Wings bench. I think it was Brett Hull who scored like the overtime winner. He skates back, and I know he was making eye contact with his own teammate, but it felt like it was at me because I was sitting right behind his teammate, and he sticks his tongue out, and it's like, I'm not celebrating this with you. Just beat the team. We're not on the same side.
Yeah. But I went to like a Braves game and spent a similar amount on the tickets. Like I was behind home plate and to the left or something like that. I was like, first of all, they're enormous. Like I didn't know so many of these guys were 6'4" or taller. They're all huge, and you can get a scope for that. But other than that, like you can't see the game. You can't see the game. Like you can see a little of the game, but it's on that enormous field. The same with football. Basketball, I remember I've never had good professional basketball tickets, but obviously in high school, you're sitting right there as close as you can imagine. And that was always a great viewing experience. So I would definitely like basketball too. But football, MMA, all those big arena sports, soccer, it's just you're not seeing the game. You're craning your neck up and looking at a jumbotron in a room full of people. Why not go to a bar and do the same thing? At least then there's a drink in a bathroom.
Yeah,
I agree about the big games and the big MMA fights and stuff. I like seeing the nuances around somebody working. But I mean, so I was going to throw it out there. Texas, part of the SEC now. I had a bunch of friends come out from Georgia for the Texas UGA game. But the way the tailgating now has gotten so much fun, like the way that they do the little tents and stuff that you can rent and they'll cater and everything else, or you bring up your own drinks. And man, it's just a fun all day, like just kind of hang out with friends and stuff. I don't do too many games, maybe do like one or two games a year, but it's fun.
Is this expensive? I hear like The tailgating experience is nice now. We rented a private tent and there's catering. Is this a pinkies in the air kind of tailgating experience?
Check it out.
Okay,
So,
tell me, educate me.
So I didn't know until I went. But one of the guys from UGA, he rented it. Yes, it is expensive. It was like I want to say it's like
no, it is not expensive.
Hold on. Hear me out. It's like I think it was like $1,000. But he put his Zelle or his Venmo QR code on there, and there was like 50 people there. So everybody chipped in like $20, and it was like, oh, this is well worth it to have TVs to watch all the other games going on, hang out. We brought our own beers and stuff, but if you wanted, you could get Chick-fil-A catered and all that other stuff. But I mean, we just brought our own coolers out and everything. So when you divide it by 50 people, it wasn't that expensive.
Wait,
and
it was 1,000 divided by potentially 50?
Yeah.
Oh, that's incalculable, but it's probably not too much.
20.
Yeah.
It's incalculable. Yeah. But like it's cool because like all the people like the chicks were like cooking baking cookies and like little footballs and little bulldogs and stuff, and we had like tables, we set all this stuff out, we brought all of our beer and everything. It was a really cool experience. And
But when it came time to watch the game, what was the game on?
Oh, we went into the stadium.
No, that's fine.
Wow.
Yeah. So you tailgate for a few hours, or depending on what time the game was at like 5:00. So most people got there at like 11 or 12. And so
you don't drink alcohol, do you? Do you drink alcohol?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you might not also. I was like, is it fun if you're not drinking?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd be getting hosed. You'd have to eat like a lot of hot dogs to equalize that.
Well, Texas
the
is pretty
endorphin
cool
rush to
because
equal the beer.
I mean,
No,
I
to
don't know
equal the
about-
money and yes, the endorphins.
I don't know about schools, but there's like a big stage
Need a
out
chili
there too.
dog.
So they're playing country music and everything. It's like, it's awesome.
So
You're like that character in the movies who's like can't cut it anymore. Their hand trembles, but it's not like the war. It's not like drugs. You need chili dogs.
it's like you're in processed hot dog meat withdrawal. You're shaking.
You're hiding it from your partner.
Though, like the food I liked eating at baseball games as a kid, when like my dad or my parents or
Sneaky little
grandparents, whatever, would
Smokies.
take me to well, they never had those at the at Busch Stadium, but they would always sell the peanuts that had like, the shells on them, and like getting all the salt off the shell, because every one of those is saturated in salt, and then cracking it open and then eating the peanuts. And I liked that you could just make a mess. You could just throw, it was like
Stuck
Texas
on the whole
Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse,
shell.
yeah.
I would like every 5th or 6th peanut do that, not every one, because then it would be
What's
too
sanitary?
salty. I don't care. And that's
Salt
what I
probably
was
kills
doing.
The bacteria, huh?
The salt probably kills the bacteria, and it's in a
That's
plastic
how it
bag, which means there can't be germs in it.
Oh yeah.
How old were you?
Microplastics kill the germs.
I mean, probably grade school age. I just remember
Have you
like I
been-
enjoyed that.
Have you been as an adult to?
I think the last Cardinals game I went to was probably 10 years ago, and so I haven't been in a very long time.
You
They were
just gotta say
still
Roadhouse.
good last time I went, because I think they won most recent in 2013.
When I lived in LA, I was working construction downtown, and the GC, or the general contractor, he was not the most ethical person out there when it came to working and everything, and how things were built. But he just grab a radio and be like, "Hey, let's go to the Dodgers game," because they'd have a day game. And our radios would reach to the stadium, to our construction site, so we could hear if there was a problem or something and come back. And I don't know if it was because I was supposed to be at work or what, but the smell of fresh cut grass on like 85, 90 degree day in LA around 12, 1 o'clock or whatever, and a big Corona and a hot dog. I was like, dude, this is the best. I'm getting paid to be here. This is awesome, man.
That does rock. I love going ham on those kind of seats we got, Kyle, when we went to the hockey game. I have a couple of friends who have seats like that, and so we'll go a few times a year. and like there's a clubhouse where like you go and you just load up on like the sliced roast beef and the hot dogs and the brats and the burgers and you just like the boxed popcorn and as much beer or soda as you want, and you just like the whole time. If like I finished eating a hot dog and then like I watch another 5 minutes of the second period, it's like I'm losing money for this guy if I don't get back in there and I don't play to win and I don't make another hot dog. And if I don't stand there while the Hispanic laborer takes out the old dish out behind the back of the buffet and then he brings out the new one with all the new dogs.
You were very specific about getting in there for the new dogs. You said it's time for the new dogs.
It's time for the new dogs.
I got a guy on the inside. He texted me, we got to go now.
Yeah, we got to go.
Right in the middle of the game. We had to go, though.
It's good. Like really the only time other than like a friend's barbecue I eat hot dogs is at sporting events, and I get my fill. I will munch.
I can eat a lot of what's the most hot dogs you've ever eaten in like a normal sitting, like not an all day type sit in like
I know my number. I'm pulling up the rear. I'll go first. 2.
If I after this show tonight was gonna eat hot dogs and I went to the grocery store and bought them, I wouldn't only have 2. That's
the most I've ever had at one time.
I've probably had like 5 or 6, like just
with buns,
hanging with bun, obviously, and then hopefully you're somewhere where you get those you get the raw onions on top of it.
Yeah.
Maybe they even have jalapenos. Sauerkraut is always a bonus if they have that.
Like mustard and raw onions. I dice up raw onions, put mustard on there, and that's usually it. And yeah. 5 like 5 is definitely. I've done that many times. I doubt I've ever eaten 6 hot dogs. That's a lot of hot dogs.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
What is it with the buns and the dog? Is it 6 in the buns and 8 in the buns and 6 in the hot dog pack?
It's 2 in the pink and 1 in the stink. Is what?
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
They come in an uneven number.
Denominator is like 24, I think. If you want to have the same number of dogs and buns.
If I'm buying like those bullshit store, like just a regular Hebrew National or like Nathan's Franks, like I could easily eat way more than 5 or 6. But if I'm getting ballpark style Franks, like I would eat like 5 of those, even as a like 12-year-old at a baseball game, if it was offered for my dad to keep buying them.
You ever make your own sausage?
No, I never have. I trust the experts.
What a good plot.
Sausage makers.
Yeah, I got a sausage maker attachment for my my KitchenAid. I've been thinking about making some because it's I like making stuff. I've made my own like hamburger meat before.
Sausage making.
Why not, dude? It'd be great. Look, this is so much more responsible and less fatty than getting into like brewing your own ale or something.
I don't want to do that either.
Reddit will be like, "Oh, you want to brew ale, do you?" Ho! And it's just like one post after another of these people brewing.
How about a disgusting 12% alcohol double IPA brew? And it's like, no. How about I buy Bud Light at the store? Like, how about that?
Wait, you're not back to Bud Light, are you?
No,
he never left. He never left Bud Light.
A long time ago, when I do drink beer, I've switched to Miller Lite as of a while because I had no idea that it's 10% less calories than Coors and Bud Light, and they taste exactly the same.
It's better. It tastes
like
better.
It's the exact. They all taste the same for the most part.
They don't all taste the same,
but it's 10% less calories.
Yeah, I like Miller Lite if I'm going to drink an American beer for sure. And
it's Bud light. It's not going to fill you up. You can still overeat.
There was always a 6-pack of Bud Light in the fridge. My parents would like drink maybe 1 or 2 a week or something like that. Like after they got home, and every now and then I would sneak one and be like, "I'm gonna have myself a beer," and I'd be, "My God, what is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people?" Like I remember once I accidentally picked up my dad's and drank out of it because it was in a cup or something because I didn't mean to drink it, and I was like, "What the fuck? What is this?" I hate Bud Light with such a fiery passion.
Light beer just doesn't taste like much. Like that's
so strong to me.
And the whole point of it is that like if you're at a baseball game or if you go to a barbecue and your friends having people over all day, you don't want to drink like hard like liquor, and you don't want some really strong like thick heavy beer that's going to weigh you down and like be too strong too quick. Like that's what light beer is for.
I understand the purpose of light beer. I said Bud Light. I won't drink Bud Light. That brand, it's gross and it's gay. I was told by the internet.
It is gay, but I'd rather drink gay Bud Light than straight Coors Light. There's something off. They're not getting all the soap out of the containers or something at the Coors plant.
You know, it's brewed from a mountain stream.
I don't think I've had Coors Light in like 10 years now.
They call it Colorado
I remember
Kool-Aid.
it tasted weird.
Wait
if you want a fun story song, Colorado Kool-Aid. Google that one.
Check that out.
Good song.
Do you have a favorite light beer, Richard? I hate every beer, every alcohol. Everything's terrible. If I never had another drop to drink until the day I die, it would be that much better. I only drink when I'm forced to.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not his.
It's not that I have a moral opposition to it. I do drink when forced to, but I just don't like it. I don't like being drunk. I don't like being hungover very much, and I never accomplish the good without more of the bad. It's a bad setup for me, and it makes you fat. I'm not down.
Yeah, you've got to work at it to be good, to enjoy it. That's the thing about alcohol that I found over the years. When they took my marijuana away for, I don't remember how many years, I tried to blank them out, or maybe the alcohol did that for me. But I started
all that Grand Gala,
all that Grand Gala, which is what I like eased my. See, that's me easing myself into enjoying alcohol because I hated it so much. I had to find peach flavored candy liqueur to drink to like get drunk.
You weren't drinking it the right way.
It's orange flavored, actually.
You were like guzzling a juice glass of Grand Gala and then being like, okay, I'm good for hours. And it's like, that's not how you're supposed to drink.
That's exactly how you're supposed to drink. You know? Yeah, it was good. And then I switched to my Tito's and I was drinking like too much Tito's. And after a while, you're like this isn't so bad. And even beers, I can get to the point where I'm like, these are pretty good. I was drinking Coors Banquet beer.
Ah, yes. The heavy version, of course.
Yeah. You can get the banquet beer, and it comes in these aluminum cans, and you can get like an 18-pack for like $14, which seemed like they're giving beer away. So I was drinking that beer for a little while too. That was pretty good.
I remember I knew a guy in college who, like, even at parties that he was not invited to, would show up with like a 24 count of like what he called bankies. And then Coors Banquets, and he would just get trashed carrying around this like giant case by himself. So I doubt that continued after college, but big shout out to that guy. No idea what he's up to now. But yeah. Anyway, Richard, you were about to say your favorite beer. Beer.
No, I mean, I'm not really a beer drinker. I'm more of a liquor drinker. I usually go bourbon. I like Woodford, Jack. Like,
I don't like any of that shit. I always feel like I'm
do you add water or ice or anything? You just drink it straight?
Sometimes Mexican Coke. But like, I don't know genetically why, but like I can pace myself on bourbon and I'll get a little tipsy, but I won't get drunk. Anything else, like even beer, like it makes me full and like it doesn't make me. I don't know. I can't control that. Like,
if I were just trying to get drunk, it would be Tito's. I would chase some Tito's with orange juice. But if I had to drink a beer, I would probably get some of those Bankies. I'd probably get some of those Bankies or a Dos Equis, the green bottle Dos Equis.
Those are good too. Like I haven't had one of those in forever. But if you shove like a lime slice down in it, it just feels festive.
Well, I gotta check with it. I gotta check with Trump, make sure it's still okay to drink those. I'm not sure, but
he can't stop us, or he might be able to. Actually,
we need a PR campaign Trump. For Kyle. Like, we need to figure this out. Like, if it's not done in this show, I think Reddit and the internet needs to embrace coming up with some type of strategic position.
Oh, yeah, they'll get it done.
They'll get it done. No, he was charged with additional crimes. Inciting a mob to violence. Oh no.
Listen, Kyle, all I gotta say is they took all of Kyle's hard drives, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If my man only got charged with what he got charged with after getting all those hard drives, he's fucking crystal clear.
That's true. No, that's 100% true.
If he was insider trading, they would have.
I remember at one point they were like, "There's a picture of a girl here. Who's this girl?" I'm like, "This is her." I'm like, "All right, never mind that." I'm like, I think they thought maybe like the girl might have been underage or something. I had to like, but like it was the only thing. And then they tried to act like our soap making I don't want to call it a lab, studio in the basement was a drug lab.
Set up.
Yeah, like we're making bath bombs. You know, you like compress baking soda and a bunch of other fruity shit and make a little sphere that melts down in your bath, makes it smell nice and bubble up and everything. We had to test all of those chemicals. I'm like, it's all baking soda. They're all different. They like cut a hole in 50 different bags of baking soda. Like there's some like, you know, in the movies when they test it and they open a switchblade, cut a hole in the side of the bag and taste it. I feel like real investigators saw that growing up and they're like, I want to do that. Like all the bag holes cut in the fucking side of them. But,
hey, rookie, snort this off my knife. It's like, oh.
Nah, you know, I wouldn't say no to a pardon, but I also wouldn't beg for one either. And I'm,
but you don't have to beg. I think you've done enough for the internet that the internet can take this cause up.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a pardon, but again, you know, I doubt it.
All right, internet, hit me up. Let's figure this out. Like,
how do they contact you, Richard?
Yeah, contact me on the internet.
Contact me on the internet.
Contact me on internet.com.
On the web.
Shoot me an email.
You know,
Trump's had a big week.
Yeah.
It's true. Is he going to the game tonight? That's what'll be the capstone.
No, he's not. He said he's not.
He's not going to the game. Fuck him.
Yeah. Oh wow. I can
even
imagine
going to support our boys who love him.
Kyle's pardon shouldn't be dictated by Taylor statements tonight.
It should.
No,
his statement's been approved by the Kyle's Myers Foundation.
Woody, do you know what it is that he removed in New York? Like it was like I can't remember what they call it. It's the fee they charge you for like going to the congestion pricing. I tried to Google and understand what congestion pricing meant in New York, and they just gave me like the broad definition of it. But it's all I found in New York was that maybe if you wanted to go to like the south side of the city, you had to pay like a $9 or $15 toll basically to go there. It scans
it was $9, but don't quote me on that. What it is during peak hours when traffic was the worst, the prices were higher. And it drove some drivers to take, like, say, public transit, for example, instead of, because the tolls got more expensive, they were disincentivizing people for crowding the roads. And I mean, my sources, I don't know, maybe I live in some liberal bubble. Like, it was working. Congestion was down. Public transit was up. Like, it was a solution. For reasons I don't understand, adding more lanes doesn't solve it. You've heard that again and again and again. It just increases the traffic. And it seems that it's an insatiable demand for traffic. So congestion pricing incentivizes people to find a cheaper way to get into the city. And Trump doesn't like it. I don't know why. I saw something about construction near one of his properties was a true motivation, but maybe people don't like it. I'm not sure. But he got rid of congestion pricing. Boom.
And then at the end of the tweet, he said, did he say long live the king?
That sounds right. If it's not right, it's really close.
Okay. And then I don't know if it was earlier or before, but I believe he tweeted a photograph of himself wearing a crown.
The official White House Twitter account tweeted a picture of, I think it's Time magazine, with him on the cover wearing a crown, not a real
crown. Brutus. I heard twice he was offered a kingly crown and twice he turned it down.
You know, it would be great if they
we're all honorable men
around
here.
And like like actually start mass deportations instead of all these bullshit little things. That would be great.
My God,
that's what we all voted for him for. We don't want illegals here. Start moving them out in mass.
I was talking about the crown, though.
Oh, I mean, like, do it. That's what I mean. Is like focus on why we voted you in instead of these like weird little petty things.
I'm with Taylor, but on a different issue. I want actual fraud, right? I want them to reduce actual fraud in the government. And like, here's my take. Give me 30 seconds.
Boom.
We were paying like $28 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. If that's not right, it's close. It's something like that over some period of years. And they're like, look at this fraud. Like, that's not fraud. You might not like that spending. There's a lot of spending I don't like. And if you think that's terrible, I see where you're coming from. But it's not fraud. Let's be honest about this. This is a thing that Congress approved. They were trying to win like hearts and minds. They're trying to export American culture. And $28 million is dirt cheap compared to the $1 trillion we spent on war to accomplish the same thing, exporting American culture. It was a different way to try to do it with the kids and have them grow up and not hate America. But it's not fraud. You just don't like the program. I wish they'd be honest about that and actually go after fraud. Are there truly a lot of 150-year-olds on Social Security? I love that. Let's look into that. Maybe IRS tax cheats. Let's find actual fraud, actual unproductive employees. Get rid of them. Like, I'm down to make the government, for Doge to do its thing. It's one of the things I was most excited about in the Trump administration. But instead, it just seems to be programs they don't like that they're cutting off, which I don't know. I don't here to defend those programs. It's just they were approved and voted
any
on
programs
and passed into law.
Like any of all these things we're seeing, though, like they don't help Americans. And so, like, whether it's fraud or not, like, I still want it shut down. But yeah, they should be like,
they have
allotted more time.
They have both houses of Congress. They have the judicial branch and they have the executive branch. Just pass a better law, pass a better spending bill.
They should shut all of that nonsense down and then start rooting out all the corruption they can find. And like you said, the IRS and people exploiting welfare, cheating those systems, which, like, I can't imagine how much goes on there.
They're auditing Fort Knox. They're going to count the bars.
What's the over? Like, what's the line on bars?
Well, there's an amount that they're supposed to have. It's thousands of tons of gold that are supposed to be there. I don't remember exactly, but I know that it's thousands of tons. And Elon is like, is all the gold there? Well, I don't know. We're going to find out. And they asked Trump, and he's like, we're going to count the gold. Every bar.
Has it been a long time since we've counted up our gold?
Well, the Treasury says they do an audit every year, but like, I want them to go in there and like pick every bar up and scratch it a little and like scan it or something. You know, I want somebody in there drilling holes through bars with a DeWalt.
There's like one of the night guards there has like 4 Rolexes on. Like, he's
right.
Like I wonder how it's done. I imagine a forklift where they could accurately measure the weight of the pallet. Like, how would you actually audit all this? I didn't think of Kyle's idea that they'd be replacing the bar with like lead. One that had a lead core. Like, I didn't consider that.
How do we get Nicolas Cage to be part of that?
He'll do anything for money.
Stealing of the bar.
If we give him a third of a gold bar, he'll do 10 movies on it. Like, they're stealing the gold.
That's Lethal Weapon. That's Die Hard. Die Hard with a Vengeance. That's Die Hard with a Vengeance. Die Hard 3, which is actually better than Die Hard 2, and some would say better than Die Hard 1 even.
I'm a purist. I've only seen Die Hard 1. Only will ever see.
Let me tell you, Bruce Willis teams up with Samuel L. Jackson. So here's the deal.
That's great.
The brother of the terrorist from the first one, Hans Gruber, his brother now wants to do 2 things. 1, get back at John McClane, played by Bruce Willis, and 2, steal all the gold and the New York Stock Exchange. Surprisingly, there's an enormous amount stored there. And so in the New York Stock Exchange, they have these underground vaults. It's the core plot of the point of the movie. But all that aside, he's planted bombs in schools, and he's making John McClane jump through hoops to distract the New York Police Department from his true goal of stealing the golden bars. So one of the things he makes John McClane do, actually the first thing he makes him do, is go to Harlem, to like the blackest, scariest neighborhood, in his boxer shorts and nothing else. And he's wearing one of those sandwich boards that you've got like shoulder straps, like suspender straps.
I've seen this meme. Yeah.
So you've got the board on both sides, and I think it says "I hate ninjas," but it doesn't say ninjas. It says that other word.
What does it say?
I just told you. And he's out there standing on the street corner, just looking terrified. It's great. That's how the movie begins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be a scary sandwich board to be wearing.
Yeah, they're like, go wear the sandwich board. We blow up the school, and he's out there like, fuck.
Depends where though, because I'd march all around New Hampshire wearing that for money.
Or
no one's gonna be mad.
Yeah, I think that will
Chicago. Well, they would be mad, but they'd be like tweeting about it.
I mean, they tried.
And I'd have my cool $1 million from whatever racist eccentric billionaire wanted me to walk around in New Hampshire with that sign on.
Yeah, it's a good movie though. You should watch more films.
Maybe. I'm just not as
Shorzy.
I'll do Shorzy first.
I got a new TV.
Shorzy first, Terminator second.
Terminator second.
Again, I don't watch Canadian media products anymore. We boycotted them, but I will recommend a show on Netflix that I think is from Showtime with called Your Honor. It's got what's his name? Plays Walter White in Breaking Bad.
Bryan Cranston.
Bryan Cranston is playing a
you got
judge.
Woody got you.
He's playing a judge in this
doesn't
show,
know actors
Your
like me.
Honor.
That's fair.
And the judge's son hit and runs a mob boss's son and kills him. And the judge is helping him cover this this murder up. And it's so stressful. Every episode, I'm just like, oh, fuck, they're gonna get him. Fuck, they're gonna get him. They're always on the verge of ruining this because the son's terrible at hiding the crimes, and the dad's a judge and a smart guy to boot, and he's great at hiding these crimes, but he has to deal with the knucklehead son. And meanwhile, the mob is hunting them down to murder them. It's really good, and Bryan Cranston's great. It reminded me so much of Walter White, though. Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Yeah, you'll get hooked from the very first episode. The first scene of the first episode is great. It's a really good show. I ended up binge watching way too much of it. That and Baldur's
Have you
Gate
seen
has
Patriot?
all my time. The Mel Gibson movie?
No. The Amazon Prime series from like 2017, 2018.
Mm-mm.
I haven't even heard
It's
of that.
about CIA non-official cover. I absolutely love that serise. It sucks because it didn't get picked up for a third season, or they just decided to end on a really I would love if I could get the rights to it, do a crowdfunding for it or something. Like let's do it.
Mindhunters is the other one that didn't get picked up.
Really?
Firefly.
Is it good?
I think that's David Finch. No, wait, hang on. Mindhunters on Netflix is tremendous. It's 2 seasons, and it's the early days of the FBI's behavioral criminology unit. Basically, that someone was like, maybe we should figure out why they're breaking the law. And so they started going to prisons and interviewing guys like Ed Kemper and other serial killers they'd caught to try to understand the psychological makeup of those types of serial killers. They coined the phrase serial killer, those investigators do.
Interesting.
And it's really good. It's a team of like a woman and there's a woman who I think is a psychologist, and then a younger FBI guy, and then like an older gristled, like more of a take him behind the building and beat the confession out of him kind of guy. And it's really good. Mindhunters is great.
That's epic.
I watched a little bit of that, but I didn't finish the series.
David Fincher, yeah, I was right. It's directed.
He just
by
died,
David
didn't he?
Fincher. Did he?
Did he not? Am I thinking of a different director? Man, when I try and foray into entertainment, did he just die? There was some guy named Lynch. Lynch, is that a director?
Yeah, that's David Lynch. I don't like his movies and TV shows. They're weird.
He's the guy who just died then. Never mind. I'm sure David Fincher is alive and well.
He is. I think he's the one who did like 7.
Fight.
You know?
7.
And like Fight. He does the really dark, gritty stuff. So he did a great job with that TV show. But yeah, Your Honor's great. John Krasinski's great. Highly recommend that. That's my pick of the week.
Randomly, because I know I'll be bouncing here in a minute. I wanted to chat with you guys because last time you had brought up Lock and Load, and you brought up Derek to me, and I've talked to Derek a few times since and everything. So has anybody done any like unofficial scientific analysis of volume?
like volume comparison.
So
I know that Kyle and I have done a little back of the napkin math on it.
Pretty obvious. I did a back of the girls comparison. And the bubbles like triple.
I bought a chemistry set. I legit bought the freaking Amazon, like,
You got beakers and shit.
Yes, exactly. Erlenmeyer flask or whatever they are.
I put it over a Bunsen burner, but it just smells bad.
Yeah. So it's like I have to set up this like systematic thing where it's like you don't get off for like 3 days leading up to it. And then you take it like for 2 months and keep measuring it up until that point, and it worked.
Baby, do we need a test
works.
tube in our relationship? Yeah, shut up.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, to be fair, there's probably some variables to take into consideration there. Like hydration is probably a key component to it.
Your diet.
But yeah, for sure. But all in all, over a period of time, there is a measurable distance. And I thought you guys would appreciate the pseudoscientific effort I put in on that.
When we were coming up with a
Appreciate it very
formula, when we were coming up with a formula, I did this before we had the product. We just had these white bottles of pills, and no, even before that, it was just when Taylor and I were coming up with the formula, and we had 8 bottles of pills that we were just taking independently every day, in addition to my 17 other pills I take a day. And I was coming in condoms and then tying a knot in it and then extracting all the semen with a syringe. And that way the syringe has the milliliter marks on the side. So I'm able to measure exactly how much and take notes. And I think I ended up at like 10 milliliters or something like that toward the end. Which was like almost triple or something like that where we started. And during that time I was on a very regimented hydration and diet program. So I felt like those were good scientific results that I came up with. That's why I'm so proud of Lock and Load.
I'm going to shoot you guys a commercial here. So that's one of the very first things I'm going to do with that robot over there. Yeah.
That's great. We need a spokesman now, like a hot celebrity.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but it's not going to be, it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny.
Good.
I'm excited. I'm really
we'll
excited.
play it on the show and we'll promote it and we'll use that to get even more people on the path of truth and big loads, because that's what you need. And you're right. They work. Chris, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, doing solid.
Richard Ryans and Chris James. Not a last name amongst our guest lineup.
Nope.
Yeah, we're just talking about coming and how important it is to maximize your cum. Richard is a longtime Lock and Load fan. He has big loads. You don't have to ask him. Ask anyone he knows. They know. And so, how are your loads?
I haven't been load maxing quite as hard, but I think I need to work on that.
That's good. We'll get you a bottle with you're gonna have to pay for it. But you
we get you a link.
That's what we're gonna start doing. Be like, we're gonna send you one. Just send them a link. Just fucking buy it. Yeah.
Who did I do that to?
Works.
Who did I do?
I forget, but it was hilarious.
we had somebody on. They were like, "Oh man, that's great. I'd love to try some of that." I'm like, "Oh, no problem, man. No problem." Zach, could we get Harley a link to our website so you can buy some of that?
Harley did. Harley bought some Lock and Load. He supports us.
Nice.
But what is new with you, Chris? Obviously, you're excited about the USA-Canada game. Goes without saying.
Yeah, goes without saying. Not much. Same old. Probably the same that it was when I was on here however long ago, but just watching TV shows and making sarcastic, obvious remarks, and then posting
that's a good gig
and making a living. Yeah.
Has anyone in any of the shows you're watching been arrested for deviancy in recent times?
Probably like half of Pawn Stars. I don't know. Like that one's a given. I know that like Chum Lee. I know he's been in hot water.
Chum Lee is in trouble?
He was in various different troubles. I think it was like there might have been. I know one was drugs. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to go out and like make accusations, but I think there was like some porn shit with him.
Like illegal porn shit.
Illegal porn. Yeah, not the illegal stuff. I think though that might have just been someone in my comments. So I don't know.
that could have just been a YouTube comment.
And it just stayed back here for months until this conversation. But I think he might have.
I just went to Chum Lee's Wikipedia page.
Did you guys see that woman who had sex with 1,000 people in a day is pregnant?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't believe her.
I do. And I'll tell you what, I'm surprised it's just one kid because I Googled it. Apparently the pill is 93% effective. So she should have had 70 children by my math.
That's not how.
Don't you tell me my math is wrong.
Kyle, you can't just say no. You have to say why.
Because, well, I'm no statistician, but God damn you.
93%?
No, I don't believe her. I think she's a fucking liar. Look, that's how you get
I think she's
fibbing. Is by making outrageous claims. I don't think she fucked 1,000 guys.
There's no way.
I think what she did was she fucked. Because what she did was she fucked like 20 or 50 or 100 guys one day, and they did that on camera. And then she attempted to do 1,000. I thought she like tapped out, failed, something happened, went wrong. Like I didn't think she completed the 1,000 guy fucks. Oh, that's 2 different women.
There was
Completely
100 and
different
1,000.
massive whores. Okay, well then this girl accomplished 1,000 men. I still don't believe she's pregnant.
I do
And
know
if
that
she
the
is-
1,000 one, when the documentary crew came in to like interview her, they were like gagging at the foul stench of this room. It was like the
Really?
cameraman had to leave. He was about to throw up.
Yeah, it would be if she actually fucked 1,000 guys, which I don't believe that for a second. I believe Kyle's correct. That's an attention grab. But if she actually fucked 1,000 dudes, number one, think about the kind of men who are like in line from 700 to 1,000.
I saw in
just-
like the
just
documentary, it was just a bunch of guys in ski masks. It was terrifying.
Oh,
Well, they've all been
mules.
vetted and tested. If that makes you feel any better, and you would think they turn away any real smelly people, but clearly not. You can imagine that conga line of guys like trying to just edging because you don't want to be there taking up all of her
Something
time.
about the Congo line. I picture all the men hold each other's hips. You know,
They're fluffing each other.
Video.
the spirit of brotherhood.
Like a train
Yeah,
doesn't count.
That's fucking disgusting. It would smell terrible in there. You
That
got
was my first
1,000
thought.
different people's sweat and bodily fluids everywhere, and she's there looking like she just ran through a car wash. Like that's disgusting.
Just all the soap on her.
Yeah, all the fucking soap, the multicolor. Yeah, that's
It's
great.
foul.
Like, if she did do it? It would have to be a gimmick of like they all do one pump or something,
Mhm.
and then they go jack off in the corner, and it's like they just spent their whole Saturday to do
No,
that.
you got it backwards. So they've been
listening.
jerking off since you schedule them all at different times because you don't want 1,000 guys to show up at 8 a.m. You want 50 guys and then 50 more at 9 a.m. et cetera.
Like the
et cetera,
fast
et cetera.
pass at Disney World. This makes
Like the
sense.
fast pass at Disney World.
If you buy a fast
Exactly.
pass to this
It's the same. Your dick just starts by. Oh shit! It's my turn. I gotta get in there. Sorry. Nice meeting you. And you put your ski mask back on. Put your cigarette out real quick.
yeah, I guarantee it smells like cigs in there.
Oh, big time.
You have like a suicidal Honduran maid coming in afterward. Like, oh no, how do I clean these?
No,
Yeah,
that'd
that
be
shit
pretty
would
cool.
suck.
You wouldn't want to jump in on that. What if I could promise you're in the top 100,
No,
first 100?
that's
Ah,
so gross.
What?
That's disgusting. You wouldn't do it either.
Of course
That's
not.
so fucking.
I mean, 100's a lot. Like, that's a lot of that's a lot of mess. I
If they had a giant vat of my favorite like ice cream flavor, and they had 1,000 people in line, and they were all going to like take a bite with the same spoon, I wouldn't get in that line. That's gross.
Spoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
share the spoon with these people.
It
Much
was like
less
a bar glass that just didn't get washed for a week. It's just the
Yeah.
same bar glass. They keep refilling it with beer and sitting it back on the bar. They just dump the old beer, put new beer in. Then they
Yeah, I
dump
I
the
feel like
old
if you're in
beer
the
out.
last 10, like the last 10, she's got to be like that meme of Roger from American Dad when he's like hooked up to all the pumps and vats. Like at that point, you're not even like a person for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you're just like how do you go get dinner that night as her?
I've never
Like-
been fucked by 10 guys in a day,
Gingerly.
let alone
No.
1,000.
No,
Really?
No,
10 is a lot.
believe it or not.
Like fucking
Yeah,
10 people in one day is absurd. 1,000, it's just an unbelievable number. No, there's no
Mhm.
way. You would
10's
need like
probably harder than
1,000.
100. I feel like if you did 10, you'd try to like do it properly. But at 100, we're just making a show out of this.
Mm.
You're supposed to do most of this pregame.
Yeah,
That's so
absolutely.
taxing on your like your soul,
Your soul.
your human spirit. Like there's just no way that you're
What are
coming
you,
out of
Laura
that as
Ingalls
her.
Wilder or something like that.
Dude, if you okay, how about
Nancy
this? You
Grace
get
over
molested
here.
in prison by one guy. You're feeling
Yeah.
pretty bad. Now it's 1,000 guys.
Well,
You're coming out of there like, do I exist?
molestation's not cumulative, Taylor. Jesus, you know
probably
that.
is.
Imagine the hangover
Milo says it
that you
is.
feel.
The third one's nowhere near as bad as the first one.
Yeah, you're weird.
Second one, that's the worst. You wouldn't think it. Second one's the worst.
Yeah, I think you're on the money. This is made up. There's no way this bitch fucked 1,000 people.
There's a
That's
picture of
ridiculous.
her picture of her pregnant.
Oh yeah, you can get pregnant.
And
from
by the
that.
way, I had it
Picture of her
wrong.
pregnant, like inside of her belly, next to the like zygote.
Did you see it? This is the 100 guys chick. Zach linked it. She's pretty pregnant.
Which, if you
I
think
still
about the
don't-
timing,
I still don't believe it. She's like it's probably a fake baby bump like that.
Might be. What did she bang 100
I
guys?
just won't
Because she
believe
looks
her.
7 months pregnant.
it wasn't long enough ago for her not to have been pregnant during it. By the looks of her bump, if it is like I saw someone on Twitter say that they were like, if she really is pregnant, looking how far along she is, and think about how far back it was where she did it, it doesn't
She
add up
must have
very
been
well.
4 months or something. When
Dude,
she
do you know the
banged all
Amy
those guys.
Schumer story? So Amy Schumer,
Yeah, she fucked
famous
1,000 guys.
Amy Schumer, famous fat ugly comedian, who steals jokes. Everybody was ripping on her super hard on the internet, because she gained a lot of weight and her face was getting real big. And somebody was like, "She looks like you've got Cushing syndrome." And everybody's just like, "Yeah, she does." And it's like, turned out she did have Cushing syndrome. So she had to get that fixed, but I don't think they got her face fixed. But it's funny because she just did this movie. I think it's on Netflix. I didn't watch it, but I saw like parts of it where she's got a fake baby bump. Like she's got a thing strapped on. Her character does. Her character is faking being pregnant for some reason, but her face is so fat that she just looks like an obese woman. Like she just looks like an obese woman. I'm like, I don't know if you're pregnant or fat. Your face is so fat. She got all eat up by the Cushing syndrome. I went to school with a girl whose mom had that. She was all eat up by it. She was riddled. Her face
Riddled
was
with it?
riddled.
What does it do? It makes you turn into Amy Schumer? Like
I don't know if the disease is what. Yeah. It makes you.
It makes you really funny.
Makes you funny. Makes you fat.
Yeah, it's awful. Pull up a Zach shouldn't because I don't
looked
want
up
to body
Amy
shame Amy Schumer because we don't
And
do
she
that here.
is. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that here.
Me
But
too.
if
No.
you Google like Amy Schumer,
Let's go back to
puppy
talking about
ugly
that
face.
whore fucking the 1,000 guys. Which, if ever there was an appropriate use of that word, it's here. Like,
I mean,
yeah.
she was
Performer.
paid.
Yeah, she's a
Entrepreneur.
performer.
She's not doing it for the
Entrepreneur.
love of the game.
I bet she made a ton of money.
Right.
Like I'm still confused about which girl is which. It's just different whores fucking vast amounts of men. Yeah, it's a real puffy face. It's not her fault though. She eats like a bird.
There's also like, if you go back to my videos 2 years ago, that's exactly what I looked like.
Really?
Well, but you don't have the Cushings. You aren't
were
ate up.
blonde?
by it.
No,
Girl,
I had
2
no
years
excuse.
ago?
I just
Dude,
drank and ate a lot.
You're really passing now.
She's like
That's
a
fair.
Chucky doll.
Thank you.
She does look a little like a chicken doll there.
Yeah, scary. Yeah, she's
Anyway.
not a funny person. So does that mean that Canada is up 1-0 on the U.S. in this game of games? Is that what I'm
Yes.
reading here?
Is that
Yes.
what we're seeing?
Taylor, fact check.
Well,
Have there been any fights yet? As I
Not
predicted.
that I can see.
let me see. I'm just gonna have a.
There's no penalties in the game so far, so
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. This is just going to make our eventual victory all the sweeter when they get go out to an early lead, 9 minutes in, and then we come back. We have to win. Come on. That would be so awesome if we beat Canada
have we
in this
beaten them
tournament.
twice?
We beat them once. We've only played them once in this tournament, and so
Then I misunderstood. For some reason, I thought they won 4-2. I guess they won 3-1.
we won 3-1. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I meant they as in the team, not
Oh,
Canada.
yeah. No, it's us until they lose, Woody.
My bad.
Yeah.
When you're right, you're right. Yeah, I stand corrected.
If we lose 8-0, then it's them. Then it's them who are traitors to our nation, and then new Trump is going to toss in Guantanamo for not wanting it enough. And if they do lose, I think a great deal of the blame falls on Trump for not bringing his kingly aura there to guide them.
We need to tariff hockey players going forward.
We do. What can we tariff
Ooh,
to make
we could incentivize.
at
Well,
hockey?
I don't think you'd want to tariff as much as you want to incentivize getting them over here. Like offer them a really easy path to real citizenship. Maybe hook them up with all sorts of tax breaks for their first year or two of salary or something like that. You could, if Trump had a mind to do it, he could milk Europe of all their talent, right?
Yeah, we could do that for sure. 100%.
I wish he was a big sports fan.
Kind of
instead
what we do. Already, it's what the NHL is.
Yeah, I guess so.
But there's a higher percentage of Americans all the time. It's not like what it used to be. We got a lot of the top players.
No, we were talking about it before this, but I was watching CPAC today. I don't even know what CPAC is. Do you? Do you know what it stands for?
I'd have to look. Once I read it, I'll
I think it's a
remember.
conservative
political action conference.
Did you read
yeah.
that?
No,
It
I
is
guess.
right. No, that's perfect. I looked it up as you
That's
were
what it
saying.
looks
guess.
like too. and
was gonna say
Elon
commit.
Musk was there on the. They bring out Elon Musk, and he's dressed like, I don't know, like a hacker villain, I guess.
I took
hacker
rap star from
hacker
his
villain
outfit.
rapper. Yeah, hacker villain
Yeah.
rap. Like
Like
a
a blazer
rapper
and a
whose
t-shirt.
persona is being an evil hacker.
I said before the show he looked like a GTA 5 custom character.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're like,
like
you've
a-
gotten all your cool.
he's
digs.
wearing I think he's wearing chains, and he's got mirrored glasses, and he's got a dark MAGA hat, and he's got a blazer, and then Javier Milei,
Blazer, trench coat.
Yeah, it looked like it was
something.
like some goofy ass outfit.
Then Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, I think, who's famous for waving around a chainsaw during his campaign and talking about cutting the budget in his country, which has gone pretty well from all what I've seen. He comes on stage with like a fancy chainsaw, like it's pimped out, like it's somebody pimped this chainsaw the fuck out. It's ridiculous looking, and he presents it to Elon Musk, who then starts running around the stage like a child who's been given a toy. And I swear to God, as the audience hoops and hollers and claps, he goes, "Run, run, 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 run! I have a chainsaw." And it was, yeah, there you go. There you go. You see his pimped out chainsaw? Like, look at that, like, wooden knob at the top. I don't know what its purpose is. It's some kind of kickback lever or something. I don't know
Is it?
exactly. But it's like, you can see it's like customized, fancy ass chainsaw
All chromed out.
that he no doubt paid for and had constructed himself, then gave to Javier and said, "Give this to me later."
Are you sure you want me to do this? It's pretty gay.
Kind of on the
How
nose.
about the sword? Yeah, well, it should have been a sword. That's more elegant.
And then he did 40 minutes about Doge and budget cutting, sitting there being interviewed. And he's very cringy throughout the whole thing. It's hard to watch. It's hard to
wild
watch.
that his public speaking hasn't improved more.
So bad.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, he's like stuttering more.
I
He
saw a
seems
clip
unsure
right
of
before I
himself.
jumped in of him from that, and I don't know who he's talking to, but he says, "I am meme," or "I've become meme."
Yes.
And he says it a few times. And he's like, I've become me. Like, he can't talk. He's got a mouthful of marbles.
He really wants the audience to appreciate that as like like something cool that he just came up with and like laugh. I have become meme. Get it? Get it?
It's like a time capsule from like 13 years ago for like what was cool for a certain amount of people, and he just stayed there.
Yeah, he just locked in to.
He's making an Oppenheimer reference, and he thinks it's silly and fun, and he wants everyone to laugh along with him. And most of them aren't getting it, and the rest of them just don't think it's that clever.
Well, he's also engaging with like an expert piece of advice from public speaking, which is if you say a joke and people don't laugh, say it 5 more times.
I
Does
said
it
it.
hear you?
5 more fucking times and keep hammering it until people laugh just to get you to move on.
And especially when he like ends every sentence with, I don't know. Like,
That's
adding like
pretty
a,
good
I don't know.
impression.
I said because 68.9. Get it? 68.9. It
I don't know.
ate the number. Numbers, of course, cannot eat one another, and so this is very humorous.
Well, you see, the primary crux of the joke is that numerals don't they don't engage in consumption the way we do as humans, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop it. Just be better. Like, you can't hire one guy to. First of all, hire me, Elon, because you need a no man in your circle. Because everybody else is going to be going yes man stuff, and he's going to be like, so what do you guys think about? I'm considering giving this chainsaw to Javier Milei, and he'll give it to me on stage, and all his little sycophants would be like, yes, Elon, do it. And I'd be like, Elon, that's the gayest shit you've said for half an hour. Like, easily. So don't do that. Don't go out there. Take that. Were you going to wear that out there? What do you do? You have a wallet chain on? Take that off. None of that.
Okay, and you just
don't
hear like the
need
Velcro tear.
I'm trying to be relatable to the people.
You know who he dresses like? He dresses like Mr. Beast.
Does he?
If you've ever seen Mr. Beast, like especially on his new game show, it's always like a hoodie and a blazer, and it's like what a very specific 8-year-old thinks is the coolest outfit like on the planet is what Mr. Beast wears. That's like Mr. Beast. I saw a tweet like 2 years ago that's burned into my brain that said he is like what an 8-year-old thinks is the coolest person on the planet.
Yeah, because he's got, you know, a bunch of mazes that he lets people run through and whatnot. Get to blow.
Dude, I always
on
wanted.
it.
Didn't you? I don't know about you, but growing up as a kid, I always wanted like secret passageways in my house. Because in the movies, when like Harry Potter style, when they'd like move a bookcase and it would reveal like a secret tunnel or something. And every now and then on Reddit, I see the best parent in the world has made his little girl like a secret fairy princess hideout in like some like leftover room of their house that's now hidden behind a gateway that they have to go through that's all sparkly and tunneled up. And I want that so bad. I still want it. I still want to see. I know a gun guy who has one. In the back of his closet, there's the wall is false. That wall like pops out when you pull it a certain way, and a staircase leads down to a underground room that you wouldn't know is there. And that's like, you know, there's lots of stuff down in there. All of his guns are down there. Scary guns.
I have the worst secret room in the world. So one of our bedrooms has a closet, and then the closet has a little hidden door to a smaller closet. I don't know what it's for. It's not for access to like HVAC or utilities or anything. I don't know why it wouldn't just be a bigger closet. Why do you need a door to the other part of the closet that's like 3 feet tall? I don't know. And it's just like hidden, and you can't really see it unless you know it's there. The thing is, I think somewhere in this house's history, someone would smoke there. So if you go, even though we've owned this house for like over a decade now or something, in that closet, it smells like cigarettes, and it sucks.
That would suck. It's
No,
a
I
very
like
secret
that.
room, though, because someone was pulling the wool over their family's eyes for a while.
Yeah.
Smoking
that's what I
Just to
think
smoke
too.
cigarettes.
There was some teenager living there in 1979 or something like that, smoking who knows what.
Do you know the
Cigarettes and what
story? Do you know the story of the Winchester House?
Not at all.
I can't wait to hear about it, but it'll
After
wait
the ads.
until
Wait
after
with bated breath, children.
with bated
I
breath.
like this.
This episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set and have been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of that foaming gel anytime I gotta use it. It's a fantastic combination, not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for other big brands. Plus, outside of that foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that's moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting all day. Harry's has a no risk trial. If you don't like your shave, no worries, it's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means you'll be able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you're not going to want to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. Again, that is harrys.com/painkiller, and get that $13 trial set for just $3. Check it out. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to smell nice. And you're going to be nice and smooth. And I enjoy the heavy quality. I don't like the light razors. And so check out Harry's. Again, harrys.com/painkiller, harrys.com/painkiller, $13 trial set for just $3. So check them out.
I do like
Previous sponsor of the Chris James YouTube channel.
There you go.
Mm.
Look at that. They have good taste in podcasts and making fun of television shows. So that's great. So check out Harry's, guys. You will enjoy it. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at bluechew.com. Chew it and do it. And a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And once again, that is bluechew.com, BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Bluechew.com, BLUECHEW.com. And as always, just go for the tadalafil. That's Kyle's recommendation. That's what Woody and I use. Works like a charm. There was never a reason to go back to the drawing board and even try the other ones because it was a winner off the start. And, you don't fix something that's not broken. So tadalafil, check it out. And, of course, bluechew.com. Use code PKA and just pay the $5 in shipping and see if it's right for you. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement. It's taking the world by storm. We were just talking about it with Richard. I can't wait to see what commercial he cooks up for us. That's exciting. He's a guy who gets things done in a high quality manner. So that would be awesome if he made us a free commercial. So check out Lock and Load. Also check out any of Derek's other products. So that's pre-workouts, protein powders, energy drinks, protein bars now. I saw he has collagen powder to mix in drinks that's even flavored. I don't see any other flavored one as anywhere else on the market. Dream supplements, weight loss supplements, anything you need, you can find over at Derek's site, gorillamind.com, and use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off anything you get over there. So it's all very high quality stuff. Start with a Lock and Load because obviously that's our thing. And so that's what we want you to get the most. But even if you're not looking for big comes and you're just looking for pre-workout, this is a great place to get it.
And the coupon works on everything.
Coupon works on everything. And
they also sell the hydration packs, like the liquid IV. Yep. Basically, it's like the liquid IV equivalent, but theirs actually has more hydration formula.
Even more hydration formula. That's how Derek would describe it. The maximum hydration. Yeah. Those are good. If you're very dehydrated, you forgot to drink water and eat anything salty or with, I guess, what else hydrates you? Sodium.
It's mainly the salt. That's the main thing.
Electrolyte, calcium.
What play it's
magnesiums. Yeah, that's what you need. So use code PKA or code JIZ for any of that. And use code PKA10 for any of our merchandise. That link is below, as are all the other ones. But code PKA10, save 10% off that stuff. Or fucking don't, or just pay full price.
Full price for your sticker.
You can go ahead and pay full price. Don't use code PKA10 for our hoodies. Just pay full price. So there you go. Kyle, you were about to tell us about the Winchester House.
Oh, yeah. So Winchester Rifles, firearms company you've heard of. I'm sure the lady who inherited all that money, she felt tremendously guilty about the Winchester Rifles and how they had killed so many people or families.
Yeah, they're good rifles.
Yeah, they're great. Killed the shit out of an Indian. And I think she felt terrible about that. And she also believed in the spirit world. And she believed that she might be haunted by like the victims of her firearm company's guns. And so she built her house in such a way as to confuse goblins and ghouls who might be haunting her. So this house she built, she continuously was adding on rooms. It was under construction for decades. It never ceased. She was always adding new rooms. These aren't necessarily additions or wings. I know physically they are, but functionally they are dead ends. They are rooms that go nowhere. There are hallways that's probably not an exit. You know what I mean?
Just getting lost.
And the idea was so that the ghosts would get lost if they were trying to haunt her in this house.
That's so wild.
Dude, this is neat.
To believe in ghosts, but also have such little respect for them. Like, like, why would they get lost? They've got nothing to do all day but float around.
Right? If she can figure out her way around, they live there too.
Yeah, they would just watch where she goes, and then like how she never exited through the giant door with the exit sign over it. They wouldn't either. Like that's. They'd
Are they
be
also
like, yeah, I know
limited
that's
by
a
walls,
bathroom.
or could they not go through them?
No,
You
ghosts
never
could just
see, this
phase
is
right
pre
through the wall.
Ghostbusters. All right, these are 1850s ghosts. They have no concept of going through walls. They use doors and such.
So if a
why
door
you-
is locked,
See, all of our the lore behind our goblins and ghouls, our vampires and werewolves and such was written by people
Whoa.
hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They had no concept of such things.
It's
So they're
shaped
all
like
sort of
America.
they're all sort of thrown off by
What a
doors.
stressful house.
Did everyone else instantly see the lower 48 in that shape, or just me?
Yeah, look at that. It does look like.
Oh yeah, it does kind of.
Oh, you guys okay?
She may have
look-
done it intentionally.
If anything, it looks a little more like China. They've got those big
Motherfuckers.
motherfuckers, the China house. I hope the
so
ghost
she's fucked if
spotter-
a ghost is a calligrapher, because then they're going to be like, "Wait, I'm noticing a pattern.
They would.
This is looking familiar."
And now, Kyle, what science are you basing the fact that ghosts in 1850 could not phase through walls, as opposed to the ghosts of today?
I have a cursory knowledge of demonology. You
What
know, I've been watching a bunch of spaghetti movies. You know, I do that, and
Ghost Adventures.
I watch a little Ghost Adventures. That's how I know that fraud has been legalized in the United States.
Is that this actually seems like something, Chris? You probably watch ghost shows. Do they believe that they can phase through walls? Is that a precaution they take?
You know what? Actually, maybe not, because it's never referenced, and it's always referenced as if they're like they have to walk around, like they have to abide by our laws of physics.
That's what's
those
the
guys
point of
are
even
such
being a ghost?
fraudsters. The ghost hunters have never found a ghost. They intentionally use old shitty audio and video equipment that catches anomalies and weird things. It's interference, and you know that they have these things called orbs that they catch. It's whenever a dust particle approaches just close enough to your lens, depending on the aperture or whatever, and the light's like going through it. You've probably seen it in old photographs. Dust will look like this glowing little orb or something. It's not a fucking spook. It's dust. They're such fraudsters, such scam artists that they do it for. It's not like they have one special. History Channel or Discovery, I don't remember which, did this thing about mermaids. They had a whole special one night about mermaids are real? ? And they led the viewer on for an hour or something, like with their mermaid proof, till they got to the end and they're like, who knows? Probably not though. But they
who's to say? Not me.
they tried to make mermaids scientific. In the beginning, they were showing like humans who were living in like the coral and like fishing out there, who had been driven away from like the good hunting grounds, who slowly became fish people over time. It was crazy, but it was presented like, I don't know, like Alexander the Great's history or something.
I know that for that entire hour, my parents were sat on that couch.
I was in a hotel room. I was traveling across the country.
The hotel room is often where those shows are watched.
Yeah, me and a girl were sitting there with bated breath again. Like, are mermaids real? Are we gonna find out tonight that there are mermen out there and mermaids? No. That's it.
You can tell they're not, because like it wasn't being interrupted by like a presidential address where they're like, you caught us. We've been hiding mermaids this whole time.
Trump would do that. Like Biden, I don't think he would address that there were mermaids. He'd let whoever handles mermaids, cryptids and such handle the press conference. Trump would
Wendigo? Yeah.
We got them. For years, the seas have been plagued by mermen and so-called mermaids. They're not maids, let me tell you. Dirty girls. Dirty girls.
Let me tell you, you wouldn't guess it. They've got nice pussies.
Smells
They're
like
not fish
fish.
like they're real
You
pussies.
think it would smell like fish? Doesn't smell like fish. Blew my mind.
It would smell like fish.
It
'Cause it would be
smell
half
like
fish.
fish.
Yeah.
It would absolutely. They're on an all-fish diet, seemingly. What else are they eating out there?
And it'd be
Seaweed?
a terrible body to go through it'd be a terrible upper body to have in the sea, because you have a bullshit human mouth. Like everything in the sea goes hard with what their mouth can do and their jaws and their eating. Or they
You
like
gotta try it.
supplement it with like a crab. Like
You're still a man on the top. You know, you're a merman,
Yes.
Taylor. You have
Yeah.
the tail that allows you to swim and the gills that allow you to breathe, but you'll still have your hands, which are the best tool ever. And a trident, I'm imagining. I always see those guys with tridents.
But they wouldn't be able to actually make tridents.
You wouldn't be able to go very quick. It's not a very hydrodynamic swimming position, right? To have like a trident in your arms forward.
Yeah, you'd get fucked up by anything that wanted to catch you.
I'm imagining some sort of sea beast carrying me around most of the time when I'm. My tail is for moving around the same way my feet are
riding a giant
moving around
in the water.
Think about it, like I walk around my house, but I don't like open the door and start running every time I need to go to the store. So by the same rights, I'm a merman.
You do. You're like an NPC in a video game, or like a character.
Run at the store.
You sprint down to the place.
In the bread
I
aisle.
hate it when the door's closed and I just keep running anyway with my feet losing traction.
I imagine like a chariot. I imagine like a chariot pulled by like some sort of game fish that's like really fast, like marlin or giant tuna, and
They
we're
would
just
hate
fucking.
you.
See, that's our personification of what the mermaid would be like. But in real life, they would be backward savages. Like they wouldn't be able to have discovered metallurgy or anything. They'd just be. They wouldn't have cool tridents. They wouldn't have chariots.
We have to deal with the surface dwellers. That's why you've heard of us, because we don't have metallurgy, but we have our own brand of underwater technology and knowledges, and it's sciences.
The sciences,
so to speak.
All sorts of sciences they're
the
doing.
Secrets
now.
of the deep, if you will. But we do need metallurgy from up top, because you can't really do. I guess we could make some sort of air bubble down there, right? Like we have aquariums up here. Why couldn't they make an air bubble down there and do some metallurgy?
Also, they do have metallurgy figured out. That's how we got tridents.
From the merman, they gave us that tech.
They lost.
I don't think that's true. No, we'd hunt them to extinction. We definitely kill them, because I always say like we're the only people left. I
We'd
wouldn't
use
want them
depth
around either.
finders.
Yeah, that just seems like a needless risk. Get them out
Depth
of
charges. I was going for.
What are they doing down there?
Yeah, I'd want to put them in SeaWorld with all those other miscreant animals.
That's I always say
deserve to be imprisoned.
Poor
Not
animals.
really.
SeaWorld,
All those
SeaWorld,
stupid, beautiful creatures.
Those beautiful creatures that should be enjoying their like 98-year lifespan in the sea, but instead some fat Oklahoman is throwing peanuts into their enclosure.
Those whales the size of a bus
Yeah.
in that fish tank.
Well,
And then
all
there's
right,
the one. There was that one orca who like
Killamook or
has
something.
a death count. It
Yeah,
killed
he's
like
the only
5
one.
different trainers, and it's like stop fucking with him. Like just let him go. He's clearly not game for this.
Yeah, a killer whale's never 1-to-1 tied in the hockey game.
The hockey game, yeah.
Yeah, an orca's never killed a human in the wild. I think there's only one orca that's ever
That's because they're
killed.
sly. That's not. There's no way that's true.
They were sinking boats in, I think, the Mediterranean or Greece or something like that. And then the people would fall in the water, and then the orcas are like, "Fuck you, stay out of here," and they'd swim away. Like I watched an orca kill a big shark the other day, and it didn't fight it like an animal. It fought it like a thinking individual. It
Tell me more.
blindsided it and broke its ribs, and then it would just like circled away and watched, and then it would come in and like take a nibble and then dart away real quick. Like it tested it. It didn't want to take any damage. It made sure the shark was crippled, and then it grabbed the shark and took it down deep, and then that was it. It was gone. And it was a big shark. It wasn't like some little. It was the orca.
Is that on YouTube?
I saw it on Reddit or YouTube, one or the other.
Oh.
It was fucking cool.
That
But yeah,
sounds
they've
cool.
only killed people once, and it was that one individual who killed his trainers because he didn't want to be a prisoner anymore.
Yeah, and it's understandable.
Poor guy.
Did you see the Steve Bannon possible Nazi salute?
No.
Here,
What's that guy up to?
I'm gonna link it. It's only 12 seconds long, and you can tell me if this is exactly show it with volume. If this is like everyone's put their hand in the air at one point, they showed still photos of like every Democrat with an arm in the air. If it's that,
Yeah.
or if it's an actual Nazi salute, go ahead. Like,
Oh, okay.
I'm afraid I'm biased, and you can
shit.
tell me what you think. I think he's knowingly leaning into it with volumes. Yeah.
That they win as we retreat, and we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen.
Cool. So our Zach shows videos at 8 frames per minute, but it's what did you
I
see?
got the gist.
Yeah, like was
They
in
brought
this
his hand down.
environment. It's intentional, right?
I don't know. He brought his hand down pretty quick. Maybe he realized could be bad optics. I don't know.
Kyle?
I've never done that.
Right?
Yeah, I don't wave that way.
I don't throw a straight. I'm not going to do it, but I don't throw a straight arm. I just do it. I'm like, oh,
It
fuck.
looked like a half-hearted Nazi salute. Like he didn't do the full chest thing and really lean into it.
I could see the leaning into like how it's like a thing right now, and like not
so
like
it's
fully
weird.
committing.
It's weird from him because he hates Musk, and he has this open, outward, public hatred of Musk. Wants him out of the government. Calls him all sorts of like the kinds of names that you don't say to a guy that you plan on making up with. Like he's full on like never Musker, you might even say. But then, because if he weren't that, especially if he were a Musk ally and he did that, I would view it in that scenario as this sort of cutesy leaning into it. Leave the guy alone. It's just a fucking hand gesture kind of move.
Like that priest did.
But that ain't him. That ain't what's going on here. That's a bad look. Why'd he do that? Why did he do that? He did
It was
that
a
on
straight
purpose.
arm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that was straight. That might have been straighter than Musk's. Musk did it longer.
Yeah,
But that might
Musk
have
had
been
of a
more
Roman
accurate
salute,
form.
like wave out kind of thing. And I didn't like that salute. that was
No.
That's not a good look. Like man,
What did he say about it?
Sig Heil is what I believe. I believe it's.
Yeah. He said, "Say God." That would answer right there.
But I don't
that's
speak
that.
German, so I don't know what he meant by that. How do we interpret this? Steve Bannon said today.
A quick Google
How should we
doesn't show
interpret
anything about the Nazi, him talking about it.
Yeah.
God damn it, man! I don't like that.
They should be
I
more
bet
on
this
guard
is how
for
Woody
their
feels when he
optics.
sees a blue-haired fat person saying, "We're going to resist. We're going to
Yes.
fight them in the street."
Right? It's like, oh, get off my team. You're kind of being like, you're not helping me.
I have an AK-46 assault rifle, and I know how to use it.
So he
You know?
he hates Musk.
Yeah,
he
big time.
rips on him on his radio show almost daily. It's not subtle or like by name, he hates Musk.
Okay.
That's the major rift, I would say, in the Republican Party, if there is one. It isn't the fabricated one that comes from Reddit and the left that like people are regretting their choice. Their eggs are expensive. And meanwhile, dudes are like, I didn't like eggs anyway. Cut it all. Fucking cut it all.
Here's how I take it. So when Biden was like this deep into his term, a lot of people were like, clear the liberals will regret it by now. And what we actually thought, if you want to paint me as liberal, is, well, I don't agree with everything, but by and large, I feel like he's on the right track. And I think that's how the Trump guys are right now. Like, do I think every single thing he did is great? No. Is he still the guy I'd vote for again? Yes. I think that's where MAGA stands.
You
Have
get
you
a
been
lot of like
following-
wish casting when it comes to like people desiring their opponents to be regretful immediately.
Yes, on
where
both
they're
sides.
like, oh yeah, for sure. Oh, now they know for sure that Biden's a senile old man. No, they don't. They're saying he's like with it.
Not until the
and they're
debate.
not until the debate. They're like a month before the debate, like Washington Post posted, like made some article where it's like staffers are saying they have difficulty keeping up with Biden. He's so spry. And it's like, well, yeah, it's because he's getting lost in supermarkets.
He's the only one on a bike.
Yeah. And then like with stupid stuff like this, like Musk and Bannon, like they should at least like Bannon 100%. Like Musk, I can see being an autist who is like doing a ridiculous salute. But Bannon, it's like he's been in the news cycle for this. He knows that even even a vague appearance of this is going to be labeled Nazi shit. And so why do that? Like why not spread did he spread his fingers at least? At least spread your fucking fingers.
There seems to be this wink
clicked his
and nod to the
heels.
whole Nazi thing.
Clicked his heels.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I
was
just
like,
don't
I
get-
need these guys to sane check me. I've made up a
He
term.
went
because their
full Dr.
behavior is not
Strangelove.
that of a Nazi. They're like so supplicant to Israel. Elon has Jewish kids.
So we're
like they're
with the Nazi thing, and Nazism is about a lot more than hating Jews. Though the Nazis we're familiar with just happened to hate Jews. It's not like in their like creed or anything. It was just the problem that
That was a big part of it.
No, I don't think it was. I think I think it was. I think that Nazism, if you look up the exact definition, has way less to do with specifically hating Jews and way more to do with authoritarian fascism and controlling certain parts of industry and the government nationalizing things and locking down free speech, etc. But I think I think those are the core tenets of Nazism, not necessarily hating Jews. And I think that's what that's where we get this sort of weird discrepancy where it's like, wait a minute, these people love Israel but are seemingly Nazis. That's impossible. And it's like, no, it's not actually. It's very possible that there are Nazis at the Weeping Wall.
But if you spread it out that much and be like, well, it's actually about, nationalizing industries and authoritarianism and in a crushing, approach towards speech, that applies to way more than you would be calling communist Nazis.
If you look at the Jewish thing through the lens of like, we identified a group of others and then blamed all our problems on them, then it starts to fit the MAGA mold a little better. It's just Mexicans this time.
I also thought it was more
Mexicans.
We're
illegals, like trying to get illegals out of our
mostly Mexicans, but sure, illegals.
That just happenstance of where they're from. Like, that's something I really don't see as like an honest comparison. I see where they're like, these people wanted to round up Jews and throw them in camps, and you
don't
want
see that as similar. We just made a camp.
I'm saying that it's absurd to say that rounding up Jewish citizens in Germany and locking them up and stealing all their assets in this, like they were German citizens too, or Polish citizens in many instances, like comparing that to a nation wanting to deport illegals who don't belong there and who siphon off of their resources, like that's absurd. Like serious countries don't allow people to break in and then take advantage of them like an economic vacation that harms their citizens. Like it's totally sane to want this problem handled. And it doesn't mean that you hate Mexicans or you hate Hondurans. We just want them to not be here. They don't belong here. The Nazis fucking hated Jews. Like they kind of blamed them for a lot. Some would say too much.
Yeah, some have said.
I think that racism was a core tenet of Nazi Germany, but I think nationalism was an equal tenet, and I think it's the nationalistic part of Nazism that you see intermix with people who are very much in favor of Israel and Zionism in a lot of cases. I think that the racism is not it. I don't think they're racist. I think they're nationalists, and it's that nationalist drive that attracts them to sort of Nazi-ist ideals. Not just ideals though, but God damn it, they keep doing salutes. They keep doing actual Nazi salutes. It's not like they're like, I don't know, Hitler had this one policy.
One thing I wish MAGA would adopt, and something I've been saying for 10 years now, is like, hey, keep in mind that someday the powers that you're giving your government will belong to the people you hate the most, right? And imagine President Hillary, right? Imagine President Hillary comes along. Then the new powers that the executive branch has to just completely get rid of all the nonpartisan people and replace them with loyalists is going to look yucky when President Hillary does the same thing, when that becomes the new transition every time. And we get rid of sort of what we're supposed to be honest actors and put in your loyalists. If this is the way that it goes every time, you won't like it next time.
The Democrats have famously never utilized the same, like when you see like what the right does when they're in power versus the left never takes advantage of anything, like any power they have. They
don't try to jail.
They will like
candidates and pull them off.
Like what's just happened in the last ballots. Barely month is like nothing the Democrats would have like ever taken advantage of. They don't. They get into power and then they say, well, shit, guys, we only have 2/3 of the government or the entire government. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah, they wouldn't they wouldn't openly try to remove an opposition guy from ballots and try to jail him for years, run knowing campaigns of false information. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how the mayor of New York, we did last week, but now it's clearly true and everyone's saying it. The mayor of New York is clearly being squeezed.
Yeah. And so
Yes.
the judge rejected the deal or something. I every time there's legal proceeding stuff, I understand it like halfway. But I guess Trump pressured his DOJ to drop the case for a Democratic mayor who was taking bribes and like illegal campaign contributions and more. And Trump was like, hey, we got you on the squeeze here for taking these bribes and illegal campaign contributions. Why don't you start doing the things we want, which is basically allowing ICE to come in and violate some New York state laws. And he's like, if you're going to let me go personally and get away with these bribes, I'm down. So now you have like a crooked president working with a crooked mayor to achieve their
allegedly. No, what I love, I'm sure you remember
getting
what he
illegals out of New York.
that's the plan.
That's what they're trying to do. But what actually happened is the judge was like, I'm not accepting you dropping this case against a man who there's all this evidence against. That seems like there's something unscrupulous going on here. And I'm not an attorney, but I think that's the current state of affairs.
I'm less offended by that, potential breach of law than I am by the just shameless breaching of our law of millions of people being in our country illegally. Like that's more offensive to me. That's more of a problem that needs fixing.
This is fun though because it's right in our faces and everyone knows it. So the Eric Adams is the mayor in question. I think he's on Fox and Friends, which is their morning show, and they're like, hey, there are people, Mayor Adams, there are people who suggest that there's some quid pro quo coming here. And he's like, and it reminded me so much of Clay Davis from The Wire, who's this crooked black politician. He's like, oh, that's ridiculous. All them accusations ain't nothing, but that's liberal propaganda. They don't even know what gender should be in what bathroom. And you think they know who I paid, when I paid, what I paid. I tell you what I paid. I pay attention. And this country's a changing. He didn't say any of this. This is just what I would have said if I were him.
Okay.
Good speech. I like it.
I'm voting for Kyle at this point. Black Kyle.
But Black Kyle would be president by now. I got him so much.
I don't think felons can run for president.
They wouldn't have arrested. They would have left me alone if I was black. I'd have been a hero. I'd have said that ganja was cultural. It was part of my religion.
You were
Rastafarian, it's clearly that, and I'm whatever I hear that a judge said this or that, I'm like, okay, well, this is a bigger judge though, and then after that there's another judge, right? And then after that we go to that court where Trump's basically in charge. Like every time Trump's challenged, I wonder, like, is this the sort of thing that can go to a Supreme Court? Because then Trump wins.
Yeah,
everything can.
I think it can be. And I'm just saying this because if it's the DOJ who's doing it, then it's the federal Supreme Court who would be the highest court, right? Mm-hmm. If it was the Attorney General from New York, then I would say no, but that's not the case.
I see Reddit articles that are so misleading, and I understand why people from the left must be like just gobstruck because you keep reading these articles that are from left-leaning media, and they'll say, Trump shut down in this district court. It's all over. And they'll be like, oh, thank God. It's all under control. And then the next day you're like, actually, that judge has been fired, and his wife got cancer last night. And the new judge says that Trump can do whatever he wants. Like the next day, there's always some superseding power that Trump has a lever to pull. And the other day, I don't know what it meant, but on the R Law subreddit of Reddit, they were like, this is the biggest presidential power grab in American history.
Oh, shit. Reddit said that?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I didn't know where to go to get any fair and balanced news on what he did or
I find
legal
myself in that position sometimes.
Well, then you should default back to the most heavily censored, highly curated forum online for the discussion of politics.
I feel like I feel like I'm signing a contract. I should hire a lawyer and ask him about what Trump signed to get like I need somebody who's completely impartial and is protected by lawyer-client privilege to tell me the truth about what Trump signed yesterday.
I agree with both of you. Our law, I didn't join that subreddit, but I guess I gave it too much attention, and now it's constantly getting fed to me. And some of the people are clearly attorneys and subject matter experts who I hope I can trust. They are attorneys on Reddit, right? So like Kyle says, like, where is a better source to get that? It's not Ari Fleischer. Is that his name on MSNBC, that attorney, right? I don't want to go there. I don't want to listen to Hannity or Tucker. Like,
No.
Where is truth being told?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's hard to find. This
everyone
has an agenda. This
Right
podcast is where you find,
podcast.
this is where you find truth, because we haven't even consumed enough of the propaganda to know on either side what
we don't know anything, so we don't know the fake
I'm
stuff.
just feeling
I'll
the
tell you,
wind.
I really like the messaging from this administration, though. That's what I like. I like the show so much. Kristi Noem, I don't know what she is, the border czar or something. She's all about the border, seemingly. I see her down there in like tight jeans and her hair and makeup done professionally, moving like fences into place with guards and stuff. And one of her quotes was like, it was about illegal criminals. And she's like, "We're gonna hunt you down. We're gonna find you. You can run, but you can't hide." And then that Tom Homan guy comes on, and Taylor, you nailed it so well. He looks like that Tower of London executioner who's just praying that he'll get permission to use his new pincers. Oh, my lord, may I use the new pincers? No, Tom, not the pincers. Just slap him around a little.
Doing his ogre voice. Yeah, that's
like,
he's got ogre jaw.
I love that
I wonder
guy.
what they're going to do with the mass deportation, because they made a big show out of it's seemingly a couple hundred deportations right as they hit the ground. And now it's like, I'm making this up in my own mind. Have they realized that mass deportations will wreck agriculture and construction? Home prices are already an issue, right? So if you just take out all the illegals and now
we have a shit ton of homes that need filling, that would help.
I hadn't looked at it through that lens.
It would help.
I was talking about home building, which would obviously be heavily impacted. But if they're living in homes that would get resold, then yeah, maybe it puts some supply on the market. Kyle says no.
A lot of
What is your
supply.
thought, Kyle?
You don't want to live in a place that rents to illegal people, do you? Probably a reason they're renting to illegal people. Probably not a reputable establishment, landlord type situation. I know where I rent from, you wouldn't fly. I don't know what it's going to do. I just want them gone because it seems like the right thing to do. I don't want them snatching up taco truck vendors necessarily, but I love them getting all these criminal guys out. And I like the Tom Homan guy. I love the attitude and again the messaging of the administration, where there's no punches pulled. There's no qualms about offending someone with the way they refer to someone or how aggressive their language is. It's always aggressive, biting language. It's the way that people talk on like a construction site when there's no time for bullshit or fanciness. It's like, give me the hammer. It's like nobody's offended. He needed that fucking hammer. Look, like it's that kind of back to business kind of attitude. And that's what I like so much every day when I watch whatever news I intake, where I watch a lot of CNN and Fox mostly now. And that's what I like. And when Tom Homan comes out and he's scary, or when JD Vance goes over and he gives a speech to the Europeans and shits on them, I loved that. I loved that speech. He went over there and he's like, the enemy isn't China and Russia. The enemy I fear the most is the enemy from within. The people in this country stomping on free speech like a Stalinistic regime. And they got their panties in a twist. And everybody over here is like, oh, Trump's upset our allies. Yeah, he's upset them. What are they doing? They're in a meeting coming up with the money he wants from them. Yeah, like that's what they're doing. They're like,
they're going to be upset because we're telling them in effect, hey, this little gravy train, this enormous gravy train where we've been bankrolling you for years and years and years, we're not prepared to do this any longer. Hopefully,
when you say bankrolling, you mean we're investing heavily in our military, so they don't have
heavily,
to.
Where like you look at the NATO, like
he wants 5%
breakdown. It's fucking ridiculous how much more we carry. And then,
that's true.
Of course, they're not going to cheer that. They're having their feet held to the fire.
They've exported. Maybe that's not the right term. They've outsourced their security so that we do that job instead. We protect them, and then we have the burden of an expensive military, and they don't. This is Europe I'm referring to, and Mexico and Canada, and so I can see that. And can never have it explained to me what we get in exchange. You know, they say we're selling security, and in exchange we get like soft power. And I'm like, oh, what do I get with soft power? Is that like thoughts and prayers? Like, it's not actually helping me at all.
It's like, you know who needs soft power? People who don't have the largest military in global history. That's what countries need to invest heavily in soft power.
So what happened this week is Zelensky refused to sign over $500 billion worth of minerals to Trump. And so Trump has thrown him so far under the bus that you can't drag him out anymore. He's like, this middlingly successful comedian is now running this country into the ground. 3 years now, 3 years. No elections. You know what his approval rating? 4%. 4%. I hate to say it, but it's 4%. And why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be 4%? His cities are laying on their sides.
He's more popular than Trump is in his country.
The buildings are crushed. You know, I don't know about internal polls, and I wouldn't look. I'm a Ukrainian supporter, but I wouldn't trust Ukrainian internal polls.
Fair.
No, it's well known as like one of the least corrupt states in all of Europe.
Thank you, Taylor. Thank you.
Like, they don't do shit like shut down elections or ignore referendums on regions that don't want to be part of Ukraine.
Well, they're not supposed to have elections right now, right? If they're in the middle of a war, it's in the Ukrainian constitution not to have the election right now.
So they're in Saudi Arabia. The Saudis invited everyone. I'm sure everybody got together, and you invite these people, and I'll invite those people. And Russia shows up, and the Saudis host, and the United States shows up, and Ukraine is not invited to the negotiations. And of course, Zelensky's mad about that. And in the same speech that I've been paraphrasing, Trump says he's mad he wasn't invited. You've been there 3 years. You could have negotiated any day of that 3 years. You've had 3 years to negotiate. Now you can come if you want, but now you're not invited. Make your own way.
If this is 3D chess and they just agree to the minerals, like Kyle said, he threw him so under the bus that he can't pull him out. And I would agree if it was anyone but Trump. Trump will flip, right? Do you remember how fucking far he threw EVs under the bus? He was on the campaign trail every single day, ripping on EVs, ripping on electric boats with the sharks and the drowning and the whatever. Like, he hated electric everything. Musk says, hey, I'll donate to your campaign. Not another peep about EVs. Maybe EVs are pretty cool, right?
Spoke about him today.
There's that post with Trump and Elon where he's like just totally shit talking him as he's like standing next to him. And he's like, he was on his knees, begging for money.
That's old Trump, right? Remember that? He was on his knees, begging me, etc. Now Trump and Elon couldn't be tighter. So the idea that he couldn't pull Zelensky out from under this bus, anyone but Trump, I'd agree.
Let me tell you what he said today about vehicles, and specifically, I was listening to a speech when I played Baldur's Gate. It's a wonderful mixture of media, so I highly recommend it. And he said, he said, you know, I think he was talking about how Biden's economy was slow, and then we're going to fire things up. You're going to buy cars. You're going to buy American cars. You can buy an electric car. You can buy a gasoline car, buy a hybrid, whatever you want. I'll tell you what you don't want: a hydrogen car. Those things explode. You know what? And let me tell you, when they explode, they find pieces of your body in the trees. He said this. He said hydrogen vehicles explode. And when they explode, they find your body parts in the trees.
What explosion wouldn't send your body into the trees?
Well,
what's unique about that?
Gasoline.
Dude, gasoline cars explode. Electric cars, I don't know if explode's the right term, but they sure do burn hot.
Yeah, they burn real good.
None of them are safe in the event of a fire.
Hydrogen cars explode, though. They've got a big tank of hydrogen, like the Hindenburg hydrogen. So maybe he's got a point. I don't think he's making it up. He wouldn't do that.
Fair. Yeah, he would never lie.
He wouldn't make some shit up off the top of his head. Dude, Trump off the and the crowd was eating it up. It was probably CPAC he was speaking to because they were definitely a home crowd. It's wild with the Trump presidency. Every day it's fucking entertaining, and I'm here for it, man. I eat it up. I can't help but not watch it. I like the press briefings. I like that little chipmunk blonde chick that's in there chewing people up, being mean to people. The Associated Press isn't allowed on Air Force One for like the free plane ride to and from events anymore. They're not allowed in the White House.
They got me with that one.
and they're like begging, and other news people are like, when are you going to let the Associated Press? It's a privilege to go into, just walk into the White House and talk to the president. That's why we're no longer extending to the Associated Press until they can get their verbiage right.
They're replacing them with InfoWars.
Dude, they do. No, they put podcasts like they all sorts of like just electronic media type people, online media type people that they're putting in that seat.
Maybe you know better than me, Kyle. The small little media people they invited, do they tend to be like, the Dave Rubins and Tim Pools of the world, or their parallels, or is it well represented? Does the question make sense? Did I ask it right?
It does make sense. The only one that I can remember, I don't know her name, but she's a very pretty black woman who's conservative.
It's not Candace, is it?
She has curly hair and she's very pretty. And she's light skinned and she smiles a lot. Not Candace Owens, no.
Okay, she's pretty.
No, this chick's way prettier than Candace Owens. Candace Owens looks like a strict teacher. This chick looks like like she could bake cookies.
She does. Like she's for some
Candace
discipline, right?
There is no world in which Candace Owens does not tie her white ass husband up and do some like bleached play or something weird with him. Like there's a whole.
You think it's her tying him up, or do you think she's making him tie her up?
Well, see, she's conservative, so I would imagine that she likes to put the white man in his place behind the scenes, because in public it's she's often co-signing conservative viewpoints, but in private she's like, "That's right, cracker. That's right, cracker. Chew my crusty heel." Yes, Mr. Steve. Yes, Mr.
Oh, I don't like that about her.
Yeah,
you hush, Taylor. Kyle, you think she's hairy?
The hairiest.
I think
Candace Owens looks like a mean RN, like someone that you went to high school with that's an RN now. That you're like, there shouldn't be one.
I don't know, and I don't follow her.
So my answer would be it was well represented when I saw them, because the lady I'm referring to is like great. I think she has her own like Fox program or segment or something. She's one of those people. They're really good at like their AAA system at Fox. Like they start people up small and like bring them in people who are interesting and have cool viewpoints, who can operate the microphone and are good on camera, and they have like that other thing, and then slowly but surely they like, oh, now you get your own segment, now you get your own show, now you run the U.S. military.
I think you're completely you're right. The end was a kicker I wasn't ready for, but you're still right. And I think it's partly because Fox values pretty people, right? Whereas like CNN or whatever, they grab some freaking established 48-year-old.
I'm so glad you said that. You listen to 30 minutes of a Trump speech, and there are 5 hilarious moments to me. He was talking about when he flew into Iraq, and I don't know if clearly during his first presidency, they went and visited the troops, I think around Christmas, like a surprise trip.
I remember.
And he's like, and he's describing flying in. He's like, we had to turn all the lights off, all the running lights, all the lights inside. We could, and I go up and I sit with the pilots a lot. And I tell you, these guys are right out of central casting. These guys are good looking. All right. They look like Tom Cruise, but tough. All right. They look better than Tom Cruise, but bigger and tougher. And even up there, their lights are turned down really dim. And I'm thinking, $1 trillion we spend in this country, and we got to fly in with the lights turned off. And I say, guys, are we okay? He's like, yes, sir. We're fine, Mr. President. And I believed him. And I'm like, I love when he talks, and he went on about this for like ever, like breaking it down like this. About he was like, and I told him, you think
he loves to riff.
You think I'd give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor for that harrowing landing? and he's like,
not even freedom. He's going to take the military one.
yeah. Because he made that military landing in a hostile country. He's like, I got to be careful though. Next week, the lying news media, and this is like today he's saying this. The lying Fox, CNN will say President Trump wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. Like democracy has fallen, and the crowd all laughs. And I'm like, he's won. He's won so hard. I hope he doesn't try to do a third term. Or
I want to see them do more actual, like you talked about, like, I'm sure it's funny. I don't watch as much of the briefings and stuff as you by a long shot, but like so much of it, like I'm sick of the bluster and the bloviating and like we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Like the deportation levels are so fucking low. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Like that was something that they got elected on. And now it seems like it's taken a backseat to a bunch of other things that are less impactful to Americans. And so like the whole like And there's too many like grifter class people out there, like who just are high on like the owning the libs portion of it, where it's like, oh, it upsets the libs so much, and it's like, fine, if you want to laugh at that.
Oh,
laugh
he
at
made email
But, like,
signatures, remove pronouns. We got him. We got him.
just stuff that's like, okay. And meanwhile, what 410 people got deported today? Like, we have tens of millions of people here illegally living off of our economy, our system, sending tens of billions annually back in remittances. Dude, it's they said 11 million illegals in 2004.
Trump said between
and in
2011
2011
and 20 million. But Trump said that, so I don't know like what the real number is, but that's what Trump said. Taylor, that's how I feel, but it's not the illegal one. It's Doge. Like, oh, did you find 28 million in spending across 9 years? We're supposed to find real fucking cuts. I know 28 million sounds like a lot, but when you're looking for trillions, is my ratio right? If I said I wanted $2,000 and they found 28 cents over 9 years, did I do that right? Is that on target?
Yeah, it's not significant. And like, they need to, like, what they should have just done is, like, instead of milking the USAID thing for all the like gotcha moments of like, oh, did you know? Which I know they did it because it optically frames it as ridiculous.
Because it's a factor of 1,000. It's three. You add 3 more zeros.
They need to get to the big bucks as far as savings goes, which like just acts 98% of the USAID thing. Seems like it was just like weird nonsense in the first place that doesn't meaningfully benefit Americans. Seems like it's this quote soft power shit where you fund underwater basket weaving in Nigeria and it's really just being backfed into some NGO and the owners. Like, no, let's just get rid of all that. We'll refund stuff that's actually like worthwhile. We'll figure it out. But then let's move on to like the IRS and the ATF and the FBI and the CIA and the Pentagon and all of these institutions, the military, all of the welfare programs that are being taken advantage of. Like those are the big spenders.
Look, they're doing all those things, military. And I know that they're not getting their deportations per day. I think are frustrating for the administration as well, because they put a lot of money into it. They've hired a lot of people.
Really not enough.
I don't think that's the issue. I don't know if they've got a bottleneck or what's going on. Clearly, they can find the people if they want to find them. That camp in Gitmo is fascinating to me. Mm-hmm. I'm so interested in what's the criteria for who gets sent there. Like who gets sent to Gitmo, right? Like could it be a criminal from Mexico who, like, I don't know, hit and run? Like, does that guy get sent there? Because I mean, hit and run sucks, but I don't think you get sent to Gitmo for hit and run, even if you are Mexican. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why we should be paying to put any of these people in prison. Like,
because Taylor,
if someone commits a murder and they're a Honduran national and they kill someone in Oklahoma, like, now we have to pay for their imprisonment forever.
No,
like, this isn't like this is like releasing animals.
The question around that, Taylor, is always, if we don't punish them, what stops them from coming here for their murdercations?
We force Honduras to like this isn't like we're releasing animals back in the wild. Like, we're taking them to Honduras, and then Honduras officials, their cops, take them and lock them up there, and then they foot the bill for it.
But we don't know what their justice system is like. How can they punish someone for something that was done in our country? If they break our laws, they have to face our justice system. That's the way it works.
All the countries in South America have extradition with the U.S. And so, like, they clearly would acknowledge like a murder.
That's irrelevant.
That's not what extradition is for.
No, but right? I'm saying they have similar laws insofar as someone who commits a violent crime here, you can't do that there either.
But that's not applicable in this scenario in which they've committed a crime in the United States, a United States crime, and they go back to Honduras to serve their time. It's just not how it works. And if it did, we couldn't trust Honduras to properly punish them. What we do is we punish them here. I remember when I was getting sentenced that day, there was a guy who was an illegal Mexican who had come in and he had driven a truck full of methamphetamine, liquid methamphetamine, to Atlanta. And he was in this huge rap. Everybody ratted on him. And he was getting like 30 fucking years or something like that here. And they let him know. And after you're done with your 30 years, then you'll be deported back to Mexico.
Why do we pay for him to be here for 30 years? Like,
because he broke an American law. We have to punish him. We can't turn him loose.
I hear Taylor's thought. Like, why don't we just save money by letting them punish their people?
It's how it works in every country, everywhere. Like, if you break a French law, you can't come serve your time in the United States. You know what I mean? Like you just can't choose what.
We can.
They didn't
Honduras to do
deport
whatever we want.
Brittany Grimes when she had pot in Russia, right? She was in a Russian gulag or whatever.
Yeah, she broke a Russian law, so she faces the Russian justice system. That's just how it has to work.
My fear is that Honduras would be like, well, Americans aren't real people, so we're going to pretend to put them in jail, and then 6 weeks later they get out.
Now, on the other side of that coin, we have this other group of people who have committed horrific crimes in their home countries, and they are here. They are wanted for double, triple murder, child pornography in Venezuela, and they're in Texas and they're caught. And we have a choice. Do we send them back to Venezuela and count on them to handle it, or do we send them to Guantanamo? And that's what I want to know about the delineation between the two, how they're siphoning those out, because they are definitely making the decision that people from that Venezuelan gang, Trende, Nagua, whatever it is, something like that. They're sending those people to Guantanamo because they don't believe sending them back to Venezuela is in our best interest. They think they'll end up right back here, the same way that Al-Qaeda gets sent to Guantanamo for the same reason. If we send an Al-Qaeda member back to Saudi Arabia, they'll be like, welcome back, comrade. You know, like, nice fucking job. It's been a long time. Pat him on the back and give him some sort of Khabib-like make it rain party or something. So you've got to house him and punish him here because it won't happen otherwise. But
yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, we need.
Right,
I think we put them to work is the right solution. We look. Slavery didn't get abolished; it just got altered. Like slavery is perfectly legal as long as the person is incarcerated by the government. That's why we have those private prison systems that make
Capitalist in me hates that. I don't like. You know, if I have a license plate making business, then suddenly you get free employees. I'm like, what am I gonna do? This guy's got guys working for 70 cents an hour, and I pay mine $20. I can't compete. You know, you're gonna have them pave roads. You're gonna have them build homes.
We'll have to tear up the prisons.
You know, there's a program. It's in one of the southern states. It's either Louisiana or Alabama. There's a program where they let these people out of jail to go serving real jail time. They let them out of jail to go work at fast food restaurants and then back in the jail. Like, and the restaurant doesn't pay the person; they pay the prison for their employees. So they don't even have to pay minimum wage anymore for the guy taking your order at Burger King. They can get one of the slaves from the local prison.
Oh,
gotta be.
I
Arby's.
assumed they paid the prison market rates.
No, why would they? Don't have to.
No. When you assume,
I think whenever the prisoners go and work elsewhere,
It's
they just pay them like
crazy.
cents a day, like the firefighters or
I,
so they still get paid, but like barely anything. Especially the firefighters, and then they get released, and then they cannot be firefighters because they're felons.
if it's
our
my life ambition to be a smoke jumper, and then these guys get half the jobs, I'm like, oh, darn it.
I think
Yeah.
minimum wage in federal prison was like 9 cents an hour.
At that point, like, why even pay? Like, that's so insulting.
It adds
Like
up.
that's like if I were to shovel my elderly neighbor's driveway, I would rather them be like, "Oh, thank you so much for your assistance," than be like, "Oh, you wait here," and then they give me 11 cents. I'd be like, "Fuck you!" Like, just like, don't even.
I was like, it adds up. Taylor, did you even consider that 72 cents a day? Use your head.
That's true. How many max is that over time?
What you gotta think about is if you've got nobody, oh, look at that. If you've got nobody to help you from the outside, and that's your only way, there are better paying jobs that I think paid like 10 or 15 cents or something like that, and you can work multiple jobs, so you can do a ton of hours in a week, and it'll add up to like $10 or $20 a month that you can at least get decent toilet paper. Are you
I didn't
gonna
know
get
that it was
locked
that
up?
much.
Yeah, if you're gonna get locked up and do it in Colorado, you get almost $1 an hour. That's a good deal. You got to work 33 hours in Louisiana to get 1 hour.
$1 go further in Louisiana.
And then, I guess it's
not
much
half
better
bad.
than
Look at New York getting ripped off.
Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. They're not paying at all.
Oh shit. Yeah, North Carolina.
So I guess they don't have to pay them.
Well, it's their minimum wage, but I'm sure they pay something. Because like Alabama, for example, is in yellow. It says no pay, but that's state prisons, huh? I was in the federal thing, so
making
sure
the big
different.
bucks.
Wow. Well, la di da. He was in
Kyle flexing on us.
Dude,
I
they
was
put
in
your
federal prison.
they put your
bully the
remaining
80s, wouldn't you?
They put your remaining commissary balance on this little prison credit card that has your picture from when you were inducted into prison on it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, where the fuck am I going to spend this $37 and not be filled with shame?
You still have the card?
Yes.
You think
Dude,
it's
I
still
want to
happens?
see the card. That'd be
I
a cool
never
prop for the
spent it.
show.
Oh my god, it's so bad. I'll try. I think it's in my car. I'll look for it next time.
Can you just plug
I
it
go out
into
there.
your Amazon just for like a one small purchase thing?
I don't think so. I even think I have to use like my prison ID number as my PIN, and I don't even remember that. I got it written down somewhere. I didn't really care to use it.
I was gonna say you try to put on your Apple or like Android Pay, and it still shows up with the photo on it on your phone. Like it still's got your picture on there.
It probably
Yeah.
would. It would still have all your
Like,
data.
God, fucking damn it!
Have your. It'd probably be a walk down memory lane.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, probably that.
I miss Snow. I wonder where he is now.
Yeah. Every day I forget how long ago that was. Like it's probably 6 years since you were in prison.
Yeah, something like that. Every now and then somebody will show me a picture and be like, "Hey, everybody thinks this is Snow. Is this him?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not. Like that looks nothing like Snow. Who is
Dude.
that?"
The rest of
Danny
the world,
Trejo.
I and everybody else, I think, is more invested in Snow than Kyle. Kyle's like, he's
Oh.
just a guy I knew for 60 days. Like, we're not that tight. I'm like,
Yeah.
but I'm connected with Snow. Snow is our savior. Snow is the guy who helped us through this situation. Like,
Look,
yeah.
Us.
I-
To him.
I appreciated Snow and everything he did for me on the inside.
And you
But-
made it clear to him. You dressed up for him. You did a dance.
But look, I put on those pretty dresses.
After this, you could go finish your Harry Potter book.
Come on, it's time for your quinceanera.
Me.
Hey, what's up? Time for your quinceanera. I'm 35. Oh,
Now
double
look over your
quinceañera.
shoulder at me. Bite your lip.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think we just learned a little something about
Yeah.
Taylor.
I bet he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Snow wouldn't do that to you. He's a
I don't
good
think he
guy.
wanted to be eye to eye if we did anything. No, I appreciate Snow, but I don't have any connection to him, and I think I have his information somewhere, but I have no interest in contacting that guy. That guy's in
That's a crime. You can't do
he's a-
that, right?
He's literally gang affiliated, and they weren't giving him his quote unquote good time, which is like time that you earn against your sentence by not being awful in prison. They weren't going to give him his good time because he was a quote unquote danger to society. That was the court's words.
Well,
And
I
he's-
mean,
he had that piece of paper and he was so disappointed. They're saying they're not going to give me my good time. I'm like, why? Say I'm a danger to society. And I'm like, bro, you are. Bro, you admitted to a thing the other day on the on the track, and you was all nonchalant about it too. It's like, oh, you don't know about that, so I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I just met you. But
I just met you.
Was the thing of a violent nature against a
it was the
competitor?
worst of the things. It was the worst of the things.
I don't know what the worst of the things is.
Probably murder. That's the worst crime I can.
Yeah. I mean,
There's some
he was
crimes
a gang
against
member.
children I might dislike just as much.
I was a gang member. I think he was down, quote unquote, for. I have the number 18 or 17 pounds or kilos of methamphetamine, some big bag of meth that was his, or maybe his. Who knows? Yeah. So not really looking to link up with that guy. Me and Taylor have been talking. So Joe Exotic of Tiger King fame, I guess, is doing these like podcast interviews, but I think he's just calling from like the prison payphone,
He
right?
tweeted he wants to come on.
He said he wanted to come on this show?
I don't think.
Yeah, I
we
think he's just looking for anybody to chit chat with.
he wants that Trump presidency. He tweeted something out. He's like, "You forgot me again." It was like a sad meme.
I
It
didn't
was-
forget you're a fucking weirdo and I don't like you. What you did to those tigers and that poor one-armed lesbian, unforgivable.
Joe Exotic would be on my side with the hairy women thing.
No, he'd be disgusted by the very idea of a vagina. He wouldn't. He wants nothing
I don't
to
want
do with that.
split tails anywhere near me, darling. I'll tell you that right now.
tail.
No fish for me, babe. No, thank you.
Mm.
Yeah, he'd be catty about it. He does seem I don't know what I could possibly ask him other than like, do you wish you made the tigers safer, or do you wish you made it so like people didn't get bit and attacked?
No,
Like,
that's not. You know he's in trouble for arranging the murder, right?
You can't talk about that. He'd come on and then be like, "Well, I can't talk about that, but I'll talk about being a big old gay guy with you."
Not even gay. Like, you know about.
Did you
suits,
ever
right?
financially recover from that accident?
Yeah, that's actually a great question.
Never. You know about the furry fuck suits, right?
Of course, that's involved. Of course, he's fucking in a tiger outfit.
In his
attic,
like
Tony.
In his attic, he had these like, not even a suit exactly. To me, it sounded like I think it's a Greek parable, Greek myth about like a queen who really liked big dicks, so she made this contraption so that she could like, it looked like a cow or a horse, but she got inside of it and let a cow or a horse mount it so it would fuck her. He had a suit like that in his attic. In his attic, he had like these tiger man fuck suits. And I don't know what he was doing exactly with them, but I think
exactly what he was doing.
All right. So I think I have a very good theory. You tell me, what do you think he was doing with those tiger man fuck suits? And Zach, if you could find pictures of the Tiger King's tiger man fuck suits, I would appreciate that tremendously.
My guess would be that he tried and failed to trick a tiger into having sex with him dressed up in the suit, because I don't think the tiger would actually, like, tigers aren't retarded. They're gonna be like, this is that fucking gay guy who forced me to bite off that lesbian's arm. I'm not gonna fuck him.
So I was kind of like suggesting that it might be something like that.
Tiger has AIDS. It's unexplainable.
With the thing about the Greek myth, but I don't think that's what it was. I think he was making his boyfriends get in those suits, or he was getting in the suit, and he was like, oh, I'm a nasty tiger now. Come over here. Approach me. Oh, don't approach me from the rear. Don't you know that's dangerous?
Yeah.
You never approach a big cat from the oh my. I guess you're the tomcat now, aren't you? And like,
now that's a lot less awful than what I was imagining, honestly.
Still weird if Zach could find the picture.
It's still weird, and I don't like it.
Sounds like the questions are writing themselves.
It's 2-2 now, by the way.
Ooh.
It's 2-2. We're all tied up.
Oh no!
All knotted up, just like the Tiger King wanted that dick.
That's a dog dick. I think you're thinking of.
Oh,
yeah. I don't believe they have a knot with a cat's penis. I'm not very familiar with cat penises.
I can't say.
Actually, I am. Didn't you know?
You can ask him about that.
Here's a cat penis fact. Did you know that the male house cat's penis is barbed? It's barbed. And so the reason, if you ever hear cats fucking, they're very loud fuckers. It's because of the barbed intrusion, forcible intrusion.
Okay,
Usually,
so he definitely wasn't coaxing a tiger to fuck him if they have barbed.
Oh, I don't know what tiger penises are like per se. I'm talking about house cats, but I would imagine they're not all that different.
It has to be the same, but just much bigger.
Yeah, she's got to be tiger size.
That's just science.
I don't think you can make a cat fuck either. I don't think I think they're picky and choosy about like their partners. So he was either getting in that suit or he was having them get in that suit. I really do want to know which. That'd be my only question. Who's in the suit? Y'all take turns? You each have your own suits? Did you have a special name when you were in the suit? Were you? Oh, now I'm Tabby now. Was it something like that? Yeah, you like that?
No, I don't like that.
Tabby, I do.
Hey,
I'm Tony. Oh, your dick is great. Oh, he's like,
how about you make me part of your balanced breakfast?
Like, maybe what's the Cheetos mascot? Chester. Yeah, maybe they're doing some Chester play.
Yeah, Chester is so cool.
I got Cheeto dust all over my cock somehow.
Put the sunglasses back on.
Put the sunglasses back on. I can't stay hard unless I know
come
you're
over
cool.
here and show me what a dirty little submissive cheetah you are.
I can't believe I'm in jail.
Oh, you earned your spots today.
Yeah, I don't know if Trump should be pardoning that guy.
He got married. I think he got prison married.
I think we figured it out in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, what did he get? Who did he get prison married to?
I'm not I don't know his husband's name, but I heard he got prison married. I'm just saying that, you know, I was so fascinated with that. I know Woody's not as big of a fan of Tiger King, and he
Didn't
thinks
work
that
on rewatching for me.
I watched it at least twice. I watched it once by myself and maybe with like a girlfriend or two, and then my dad visited and I was like, "You're gonna love this," and he was spellbound because I was presenting it to him pretty well too. So I'm like, "You're not gonna believe how this ends," and I'd be like, "What do you think's gonna happen next?" Oh, got engaged to Jorge Marquez.
Somebody's got to help Jorge.
Right? I feel like Jorge married down.
Jorge's getting taken
100%.
care of. Are you kidding me? That's a celebrity. Zach, how much time is old Tiger King doing?
Man, the neck tattoo.
Murder? It's got to be a bunch.
Man, someone needs to intervene and get Jorge into protective custody or something. He doesn't
I remember
look.
thinking he was so familiar, and I forgot that he ran for president in 2016.
Yep.
And he did that video where he's like, "I am broke as shit. I got a warrant for me out, or I got a something." He was like just listing off everything like deplorable about himself, walking with a cane.
I'm a
in his-
homosexual.
Yeah.
I own 47 malnourished tigers. I've got 17 lawsuits for loss of digits and/or fingers,
And I like dick.
and I love it. I love it.
22 years in prison, 17 charges of animal abuse, and 2 counts of attempted murder for hire.
Yeah, I don't. Something tells me Trump's not gonna dignify a lot of this with the response.
Look, I like it. I like seeing.
That would have been the funniest last second Biden pardon of all time. Just for
Hunter
no
Biden
reason.
and Tiger King lumped into the same day.
I didn't even know what I was signing. They just brought it to me. I just signed it up. It's like, all right,
I wasn't
Joe.
for liquid natural gas to Europe. Oh no. Yeah,
That was for
wish we would get
President
pardoned for that.
Tiger King of Ukraine, wasn't it? Or what's his name?
I think
Something
that I think he could make a new show and it could be wonderful. I would watch it. I would love it. I wish he would get out. I really do. You know, that Carol Baskins tried to ruin his life. We all saw it. We all know it's true. And yeah, those tigers weren't treated great. Should definitely be punished for that. But come on.
What's a
Come here.
reasonable
22 counts.
What's a reasonable punishment for abusing, malnourishing, whatever?
Well,
17 tigers.
all I know is what I saw from the show. And they
Mm-hmm.
didn't look that abused to me. They didn't look
Couple
like
of
they
them were
had
a little skinny.
they had look, to his point, they had more running around room than Carol Baskin's lions and tigers and stuff did. They were in smaller pens. It seemed like they had a little more running around room over at his place. It's a shitty industry that he was in, and they were feeding him all that Walmart food. It seemed like they were feeding him as much as they could. I didn't see him beating the animals, which to me is like the thing that I wouldn't want to see. That would upset me. But so I didn't think it was all that bad. Maybe I don't know something. Maybe they're fucking those tigers. It's possible.
That's just love.
That's what that. If there's a tiger owner doing it, it's him.
I feel
Like
like
Carol
if you're
Baskin
fucking a
was-
tiger,
That's true.
it's consensual.
You could put it under and
I mean, he's probably
you,
like
you,
drugging
you could
him up.
roofie the tiger.
Okay,
Give him a
in
big
that
tiger
situation, I'm
Xanax.
wrong. But by and
The
large,
tiger's like, I woke up.
tiger doesn't want me. Tiger doesn't have me.
The tiger's like, I woke up and my bandana was on backwards. That's all Tony the Tiger wears.
Sorry, folks, the tigers aren't coming out today. I can't explain it. They've all been just crying out in the shower all morning. They won't leave that damn shower.
Do tigers
I
like
keep-
water, or are they like regular cats and hate it?
I don't know. I've seen
Never jumped in
videos
the
of
water.
tigers swimming, so they can't hate it as much as a regular cat.
Yeah, and I've definitely seen those jungle cats like grab caiman by the head. Have you seen that?
Yes, I've seen that. Like a
That's so
panther.
cool.
Or
Yes.
I don't even know what one it is.
They'll swim underwater.
Jaguar,
It would
maybe.
there's great video. They swim underwater when like the bubbles are coming out of their nose as they like swim underwater to catch caiman and kill them and eat them. How do you eat a fucking caiman?
Slowly.
Carefully.
Yeah, because it would be really hard.
Yeah.
Our weak human stomachs couldn't possibly digest a raw piece of caiman. It's like armor.
Speak
Right?
for yourself.
You think you could?
No, I don't even know what a
Caiman,
caiman is. If I'm being honest.
It's like a bitch made gator.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it's
Sounds rough.
it's like a
It's a
river.
little
I don't know the difference between. I know that crocodiles are mostly saltwater and gators are the North American, but I don't know.
Crocodiles have the longer and more narrow heads, and alligators have the shorter, fatter heads.
I think so. I also think crocodiles and maybe both don't ever stop growing, as far as we know.
That's pretty cool. That's a
Like-
very dinosaur.
I think
that's very
lobsters do that too.
Yeah, it's just lobsters
Yeah.
are god awful at staying alive because you never see any giant ones.
Yeah, but like 120-year-old crocodile would probably be gigantic,
Bigger than a lobster, I bet.
bigger than a
So-
lobster.
Have you guys
Bigger
seen
than
the
a
Swamp
lobster.
People show?
I
Yeah, of
have
course.
not.
I've met the swamp people.
You've
Oh
met
my god,
this
because
one?
Of course.
I'm doing a
Really?
video with my friend Amaro about them, and I like watched one clip just to get a gist of it. And like the first 15 seconds, this lady's coming up behind a crocodile with a rifle and just executing it. I'm like, is that how they do it every time? Just execution style?
Yes.
It's got to be the
But I
easiest
guess
way
that
to
is.
do it.
Well, they'll hook them and then they'll pull the line in until their head's just above water, right next to the boat, and then they stick the barrel to their head and zap them, and then drag them in. Yeah.
It doesn't sound
Do
like
they
good
have a
hunting.
gun where it's triggered by contact?
No,
Or have I
they
made
use a
that up?
22. They use a 22 rifle, and it was funny. Like at the height of that show's popularity, if you went to Bass Pro Shop, they had their own 22 caliber bullets. Like I can't remember which character it was. It was like Grandpappy's Zap 'em Good 22 rim fires, special 42 grain hollow point. And it was
So accurate, it hits it if the barrel's touching him.
accurate up to 3 inches. Yeah, it's
Yeah, but I didn't know if it
really
was like, I
cool.
didn't know it was like that's how they did it. I thought it was more of like a, oh, he's in the water down that way. Let's shoot him. Like normal
It's
hunting.
more like it's more like fishing than
Oh, it's
hunting.
too sly.
The capturing hard part is like I think getting him on a line, but the shooting part is more analogous to when you whomp a fish in the head with a club than anything. Yeah, they're just
see.
shooting them. I think there's a whole limit to how many they can take every year and a bunch of laws and everything. I don't know why anybody would want anything made out of alligator. I remember when I was selling cars, there was this black mega preacher who came in, and he had either a Navigator or an Escalade, and the dash was alligator. It looked so cool. It looked like Koopa's car. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen.
Koopa's car,
That's
yeah,
pretty
King
cool.
like the Mario. Oh
Yeah. Leader of the Goombas and the Koopa
No,
Troopas.
leader of the Koopa Troopas.
You don't think the Goombas fall in line for King Koopa?
No, they famously lived in a segregated society. I'm surprised you don't know this.
Oh, really? Who's running shots over in Goomba land, per se?
Well, they're more of.
And
It's funny. They're occupied. They were the original dwellers of Koopa Land, and then they were displaced and then forced into kind of a slave caste.
of where
by
now?
the
What's it called? What's it called? That they're supposedly the
Keep.
original- of Koopa land.
Koopa
Really?
Keep.
Sounds like the Koopa Troopas are the original. Look at that. Just hideous.
Well, they named it. Well, the Koopas say
looks
that there was no
terrible.
nation of Goombas that ever existed.
Well, I think you're just making all this up, but so I discount it all.
I wouldn't care so much if we weren't funding the Koopas.
Dude, I'm still like, it's so fucked up that we were funding Al Qaeda in Syria. That's
What years did we do it? Was that a Biden thing or like a 2-decade
Biden.
long thing?
I think it went on for a long time.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
think
started with Biden.
I
thing,
think
but
it was an
just
Obama
continued.
thing originally, but I think it continued for a long time because that war has been going for like a decade or something, or at least one war. I don't know what to call what's going on with the Assad regime in Syria over the last 10 years, whatever you call that conflict. Like we've been involved and funding the fucking people who took down the Twin Towers, like throughout that conflict, like funneling money to and equipment to them.
Yeah, well, that's not good. If we find like 100 more times we're funding these kind of groups covertly, we're gonna have a problem.
It's like
Imagine if we've been doing stuff like this for like a century.
Look, I'm nationalistic enough that if you tell me that we're the good guys, I'll nod along. And if you tell me those guys are the bad guys, I'll say they sure fucking are. but keep it straight. like you can't be changing on me. Those are the bad guys.
Yeah,
like
we know Russia and China are the bad guys. If they flipped around and they suddenly told us they weren't, I'd be like, what changed? What's going on here? What's the deal? I've seen movies. I've seen some movies, and Russia's the bad guy always. And they lend themselves so well to the bad guys because they have scary accents. That's huge.
Played COD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, played COD.
Guys.
Can you imagine trying to make Sweden the bad guys? Don't make me fucking laugh.
Well, no, in some CODs, it's like it's
hear me
enemy.
out here. I'll say this though, the atmosphere globally from other countries and what I see online lately, it's starting to feel like maybe we should just side with Russia and China and carve everybody up, right?
Who could stand against us?
How did Russia get on that list?
Do we need Russia in the mix? Can we just not do?
You absolutely need.
Actually, dude, we're so strong. We could pick either one and succeed.
Do you remember World War II from history class? We absolutely need Russia to destroy to conquer Europe. Yes, we need their waves of millions of men to sweep across Poland and the Balkans.
We wouldn't have to go to war. We would just, we just. Like,
we're going to war over here.
We just rename it on Google Maps, idiot, and then it's their problem.
Did you even think of that?
You even think of that, dude?
I think
it's on the U.S. Google Maps.
In the interest of national security, the borders may need to be expanded north into Canada and south into Mexico over here. And then I'm sure Putin wants some quote unquote breathing room over there in Europe. And then China clearly has designs on Taiwan and any number of territories in that region. I feel like
plot twist: China wants little Russia.
Ooh, and then
there actually is a territory in dispute between the two of them. I think there's some islands or something up there above Japan that they
share a border, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
But I think in particular there's some islands that there's some.
Who would get fucked up if they what's Mongolia gonna do?
What do you mean?
They're right in the middle.
Right.
Mongolia is right between Russia and China, and they're like one of those countries where like it's gigantic, and there's there's way fewer people in Mongolia than you think, and they're just out there riding fucking horses like their ancestors. Pretty cool country, Mongolia.
I had to bring. I don't know.
Holy smokes! There's 3.5 million people there.
Yeah, there's like nobody.
That's Atlanta.
It's a cool country though.
Yeah,
you know what?
Like
we
Illinois.
should take Mongolia.
What are we going to do with Mongolia? The Russians can have the Russians and the Chinese can carve up Mongolia. We want Montreal.
What country in Europe do we want the most?
Why would we want
we could
any
just
of
get
those countries?
Finland.
The Vatican.
Finland, fucking freezing. I don't want Finland.
We'll figure it out.
Italy. I like
Italy.
the land.
Just the Vatican.
Land.
I love
They're not
Italy.
doing enough with it.
Oh, if we could think of how much coastline you get in beautiful Italy if it's now and we repopulate it with our northeastern Italians. And we send all of our like New York Italians back there to reverse assimilate, and then all the actual Italians would like hate it.
It's like when the Sopranos went to Italy, and like,
and he realizes
it's all seafood. They can't eat the food. They don't blend.
If we could just bring air conditioning to Europe,
that's a good point.
Change everything.
Yeah, they live in those like hot brick houses.
They don't have ice, apparently. They don't have air conditioning.
We bring them AC, and we take all the really awesome high quality food.
Yes.
We learn from their regulations there, and they learn from our AC
we get skinnier?
And our military. Yeah, we definitely get skinnier.
If they introduce Domino's,
I need it to be
Pizza
done
Hut.
through magic. I don't want to shrink my portions.
I agree. It can't be done through any form of willpower or any gumption on my part. It has to be some sort of magic injection. That's so funny that like we finally discovered a borderline magic way for big fat people to lose weight rapidly. And like the whole what I read about Ozempic is like the entire mechanism is just it slows your digestion a lot, right? Like it just
it's like
slows...
something to do with hormones that
I thought it suppressed like ghrelin or something, and just
it's the gastric emptying.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
like
what it slows down.
How fast your like stomach is emptying the contents, and so like you're digesting slower, and so it's like, let's say you eat a big Chinese meal at a restaurant, not on Ozempic, Maybe you're
Succulent
hungry
Chinese
45 minutes later. A succulent meal.
Hmm.
But with Ozempic, you're probably not hungry until like 4 hours later because it's just sitting in your belly
It's
way
appetite
longer.
suppressant in that like through a really ingenious avenue, if that's true.
Pretty smart, pretty impressive. And we
Yeah.
haven't. Are there like, are there any big negatives to it yet? Like enough people are on it. Like we're gonna find out.
We'll find out in 10 years.
At some point, right? Like, are there any
Yeah.
reports of people having issues?
I think
Yeah, for
RFK is trying to make it. I don't know if he's trying to ban it or just make it far harder to get a prescription.
He would ban it. He's already jacked. He's trying to pull the ladder up. He
They
doesn't
should
want.
we should have teams of government employees running around with dart guns, just zapping fatties with Ozempic.
You know what? I like that at least as much as ice.
Crikey! It's a big one. Just
Tonight at 5. I was just in the park sitting at the bench eating my Dairy Queen. When out of nowhere, SEAL Team 6 come down out of helicopters and darted me.
now I can't even eat my 30-piece.
I'm so full.
I'm so full. You like the way the Trump brothers were posing with that elephant. You have like the agents like posing with like John Goodman.
he got his foot on it. He's on the ground. He's got his foot on his back. Like
Yeah.
he's a
You know,
got
Taylor,
animal.
speaking of willpower and food, I saw that you were recently on milk.
I'm off milk.
You're off
I'm
milk.
off
Okay,
milk.
because
I
well,
was,
that's good
I was
timing.
Jolly Maxing for a while, but yeah.
Because I saw that and it inspired me. I haven't had milk in years. It has been maybe 5 years, and I went to the store and I bought milk and
It's
I drank
so
it.
good.
And I was
Isn't
like,
it
why have
good?
I been shutting this off in my life for so long?
See, this is you're entering what I like to call the danger zone. and that's where you get in a habit of drinking 600 to 800 calories of whole milk every day for like 2 weeks. You gain a visible amount of weight, and then you have to totally cut it down. But
You have to
I hope
preload.
you,
It's like
I hope you
creatine.
enjoy. You look fit, and so I think
Thank
you're
you.
very, very far from worry mode on that. But yeah, it's
Well, we'll see.
You're getting whole milk, of course.
Started off with 2%. I'm
It's
leaning
a
into
gateway
it. I'm
drug for milk.
Yeah.
I'm easing into
Water.
it. I'm doing it's like preloading creatine. You have to like load a certain amount.
That's fair.
For a
But
certain amount of time.
once you get that whole
That's
milk
exactly
going,
how it works.
once you taste that full fat, ooh, it's good.
I'm inching my way towards the glass Oberweis bottles that you get the deposit
Yes. Dude,
And-
I was drinking those like I was a homeless wino. Like just from the glass.
Just sitting outside
Drinking it.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Counting whole milk.
for. It's like banging on the door. I want my deposit
hard
back. I
times
brought
out
the
there.
bottle.
Yeah, just the most rancid breath, just old homeless milk breath.
He's got like crumbling cookies. It's just
Yeah.
The only thing
No,
is, I'm
but
like
I'm
kind
trying
of
to not
lactose
be as-
intolerant.
Oh, you just gotta
Like
forge ahead.
enough
I
for it to
can't-
be like I just get gassy.
That's
But I'm not like allergic reaction. I'm not
I've
like
never
that.
had any issues with dairy products. Like they don't cause me discomfort or intestinal distress. Like
it does.
if anything, like a little bit of
great.
intestinal distress would help me out because I could eat cheese all day and like
Yeah.
my ancestors were eating so much of it, it just
Mhm.
water off a duck's
It's
back.
to my advantage that I dislike alcohol so much. I'm not really at risk for this problem.
hmm
I'll never
Yeah.
be an alcoholic.
You not a milkman?
I could do milk, but I was sort of comparing
Yeah.
Chris's aversion to milk to mine
I
to
see.
alcohol. Right? There's a reason he's not downing too much.
Yeah. But after a
Well, Zach
big
could say the
old
Lactaid.
giant, yo, you
They do
take
have Lactaid milk. They have what's the other one? It's another brand of
A2?
milk.
Malk? Is it
Is
Malk?
it A2?
No, it's God, it's let me see.
Because I also, towards the end of my milk bender, I was like going for glass bottle, like Oberweis, stuff like that. Because it is higher quality. It's better. I almost bought chocolate at one point, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
I've bought that before. It's delicious.
I know it is. That's
Fairlife.
why you can't open that door. Oh, Fairlife
Yeah,
is the
they do-
A2 milk that apparently helps people
Okay.
who have what you have, which is like a slight dairy sensitivity. And so
They
can
have that
you can
thing
still
that
drink
you
milk.
have.
They have that thing you have,
That-
not that
your
thing that
condition.
us milk drinkers don't have.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm off that. I'm like onto a much less tasty but still pretty good form of dairy. I'm not eating any cheese, no milk. It's just like a lot of Greek yogurt.
So no skim milk? You won't dip your toe in that?
No,
Skim milk
it's just not worth
Skim
it.
milk is water.
I know it's
lying
not.
About
I
being
know
milk.
it's like
But
that Ron
the
Swanson
vanilla,
thing.
the vanilla flavored Greek yogurt is very good.
I got some of that in my fridge. I got the protein one.
That's the one I
think-
have. It's
I think
solid. It's
cashew
real
milk is really similar
good. Boo! Boo!
calories to
Wow.
skim milk, and it's way thicker and milkier and delicious.
I'm with Kyle.
And
Cashew's my
ha-
creamer in my coffee.
I want to eat
having
my
van-
cashews.
and it's vanilla flavored. Like it's vanilla flavored milk. Your cow can't beat that. That's what they should do. They should feed cows vanilla and somehow get them to create their own natural vanilla flavored milk.
That's why I eat
I think that's how it
pineapple.
works.
It is
That's a good
absolutely
idea.
how it works. Zach, Google what percentage of Americans believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, and because it's higher than you'd think.
That's baffling. What are they surveying? Second
You were
graders?
sending me the illiteracy rates of Philadelphia the other day for some reason. I can't remember why. Those were staggering.
Really? What were they?
Remember
They
Taylor, you sent me
were-
the illiteracy rates?
I don't remember, but it was some meme making fun of the Philly fans of the Eagles, and it was like an
The
astounding.
majority of
was so
Philadelphia
low.
citizens can't read at a 6th grade level.
If they could read that meme, they'd be so offended.
they'd be so pissed.
They sure can climb.
That was just some sour grapes KC, like pretend KC fan stuff.
7% of American adults believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows. That amounts to
What
about
percent of
16
Jarvis?
million people.
What percentage of Americans are in kindergarten?
Still though, you should know in kindergarten. Like did you have we had vanilla and chocolate milk in the lunchroom every day in
Vanilla?
school. Did you have not vanilla, I mean
Oh, no,
milk.
regular. Yeah.
I mean milk,
We had chocolate milk and
flavored milk.
creamer.
but we also had strawberry milk occasionally. Did you ever have strawberry milk at school?
No, we had regular milk. We had whole milk, 2% milk, and then on occasion there would be cartons of chocolate in there, but those went so fast that like you usually didn't get one.
What,
And
you
we had
usually
like
get chocolate?
we had like little chips that we could like trade in for our milk. And you or like the teacher when they walked you to the lunchroom, this is like kindergarten, would give you like a chip that was either like red or blue or some other colors. And depending on what your mom signed you up for, it would represent a single portion food or a double portion food, and a single portion milk or a double portion milk. And my mom was always loading my ass up, double portion food, double portion milk, because I was a hungry boy. And so like every single day I was eating double portion food and double portion milk. And I was eating my friend Tim's meal because he was on Ritalin. And
What the fuck?
And then some of those kids were too weak to protect their lunches.
I'll tell you, when you're eating 3 lunches a day, you're strong.
when you're eating 3 lunches a day, you're booming with energy. I was a big kid and not fat. I was just a large child.
Was there anybody in your life that was like, if he keeps growing like this, I think he could go pro? Because there's that moment when, like, I don't know if we've all had puppies before, and there's that brief moment between 8 and 10 weeks where you're like, I don't know, he might be 300 pounds. We're not sure yet. We're hoping this stops soon, but like between last week and this week, he's tripled in size. It's scary to watch. But the milk that we had it all computerized since elementary school. You just put in a little bop like 4-digit code, and you had your lunch. It was like you had an account with money like loaded onto it, so you get your lunch.
We didn't have the
that.
casino format either. We just had same thing, the computer, and I think I never had. It wasn't until like middle and high school where we started like bringing money alongside that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we were doing the chocolate milk and pizza every day, which is insane to think about. Just like having that for lunch every day.
Man, why are the kids so tired? It's like,
I was gonna say, like, if I had that now, that wouldn't be good.
no, you get fat quick on that.
I would skip breakfast and then eat that awful lunch sometimes, and then just always have low energy. I remember now. I thought about it a couple of days ago about how I would get home from school and I would have like the deepest sleep of a nap. Like I would just collapse into my bed and sleep until 6 p.m. or something when it was, and so, oh God, I needed that so bad. I just always exhausted. I don't think I
had
ever
the
got
exact
a good
same
night's
nap
sleep. And
every day.
Did you nap every day?
All
It
throughout
was every
school,
day at like 4 p.m. when I got home until like 6 p.m. and then I'm up till 2 a.m. and then it repeats.
Damn. I was not a napper as a
I
kid.
never had a full night's sleep in school, and to this day, I've never had a good night's sleep the night before something important. Like if it's important enough to make me nervous, then I will never get to sleep that night. Like the night before I go to prison, or the night to gotta go to
I didn't have
court,
that, but
or anything
Yeah.
like that. Like the whole night, I'm up the night before, no sleeping, tossing and turning. I slept
Those
in
are
the car.
stressful times.
Yeah, it's hard to sleep during those times. Dude, one of the scariest moments, I've told it before, but they scheduled a court appearance in Athens, Georgia. This is early on. I had to go to the federal court in Athens, Georgia, and they didn't tell me. No one told me. And I don't even think they told my lawyer until that day, the day of it. It was a big miscommunication, it turned out. But what I experienced was being woken up at 9:45, 10 a.m. in bed with a girl. And it's the Athens Clark County Federal Court lady, someone who works there, going, "Where are you? You're supposed to be in courtroom 3. Judge Hannibal Lecter is waiting on you. Everyone's upset." And I'm like, I don't know nothing about that. I'm coming. I'm on the way. I'll be there as fast as I can. And I'm just like, no shower, getting my suit on, can't find my belt. All I've got is an old belt that doesn't fit anymore. So like, I can't. So I'm like, all right, no belt. Help me with my tie. And she's like trying to move as fast as I am. And then I live in Atlanta. I'm an hour and a half from Athens. I cut that down to an hour somehow. And I get there and they're like, "Oh, no big deal. You didn't rush, did you?" Yeah. I've been in my car having a fucking panic attack driving here for an hour, scared shitless that I'm making a bad impression to all of you people who have my life in the palm of your hands. And they're like, "Nah, turns out that this person messed up and told this person a thing." And no, we've all been having a big laugh about it here. Really, no big deal. And I'm just like, well, I feel better, but not really.
Well, this is a 3-hour round trip for nothing.
Well, no. We're still going in now. We're now, and I'm like, well, and so now I have to go in with it. And now I've got my hands crossed in front of me, hiding the fact that I'm not wearing a belt. Like that's gonna matter. But wait a minute. Step forward. Boy, you're not wearing a belt in my courtroom. I got 2 rules in this world. I'm like,
my
oh
cousin
God.
Vinny, are you mocking me with that suit?
Yeah.
Mr. Gambini. Mr. Gambini. Yeah, that was an awful day. I was so scared. It's my greatest nightmare. And I'm sure you've had this nightmare before, sort of. It's the nightmare of waking up and being unprepared for the big thing that you had forgotten was today. It is the ultimate nightmare for most adult men I have found. It's the one we all have because whether it was high school tests or a job interview or the big project for work, you needed that data today, sir. Oh my God, I thought it was due Monday and it's Friday morning and you've got 30 minutes to do 8 hours worth of fucking work. And your job or your promotion or like your respectability here might be online or your future as a human being. like
it's always high school. That's the one that everybody seems to get, is the one where like you have a dream where you, for whatever reason, have not been going to a class for some reason for the entire semester. And then it's the end and you're like, I'm not graduating. And then you
have a
wake
word
up.
for it. It's called PTSD.
Yeah.
PTSD.
I had one like a month ago.
Really?
Yeah, I see it all over like Twitter and everywhere. Like people are talking about this same dream in adulthood.
How many years out of high school are you?
My 10th is this year.
Okay. I feel like I finally I haven't thought about it in a while, but it's been years since I've had any of those school related nightmares. I think I've finally aged out of it. And the most recent ones I've had were always college related. And it was exactly I didn't.
Look
I'd
at
never
Mister, I didn't do freaking night school for 13 years and I'm over the trauma.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably waking up still, gasping it with your Darth Vader mask on.
I still have
days ago. There's this, for people who don't know, before the show starts, we join the call one by one. I joined the call. I'm on time, but Kyle and Taylor are already there and they're talking about conspiracy theories. and it's vibing like I didn't do my homework. I always come with like PowerPoint presentations. I've got my little speeches prepared, and I'm like, holy, today are we doing it? And then they let me off the hook, but it sounded like it.
Well, when we do it, we'll be sure to be updating each other regularly because we should do that again soon. It's very fun.
Yeah, if you guys would like to present some conspiracy theories, I would like a rule set though, because are we trying to be silly, have a good time, or is the goal to convince some people that actually maybe there is something to this conspiracy?
We can do two. We can do two each.
I like that.
We could do one where
more work than I'm willing to sign up for.
One is like a competitive one where we're trying to be the most convincing, like the way that we all remember the tail of the tape. I won so handily with Helen Keller. Absolute blowout.
I've had a lot of guys hitting me up and saluting my presentation.
But I also did the one where Long John Silver's, Kyle, we can't talk about yours. We can't talk about yours. The Long John Silver's one being a drug ring. That was absurd. But it also had a few facts behind it. I'm interested, Chris. What would your
conspiracy
if you were doing a conspiracy bit, what would your pick be?
Honestly, all of mine just come from Wendigoon videos. Like that's all the ones that I know. And with all of his, they're all rock solid. It's not even like conspiracy. It's like the one that I watched recently was the one with government cheese.
Mm-hmm.
And that one where like just from the Dust Bowl leading all the way till the 90s with Taco Bell and Pizza Hut like pushing cheese because the government incentivized them because they had so much cheese, and they're like, hey, we need you to push cheese. And they're like, we'll put it in the crust. And that like became a whole thing. Like everything he said throughout that video, I'm like, this isn't even like a conspiracy. This is like just facts laid out in a line. But that's that's honestly where all they are. Like all of mine are.
Conspiracy, like a conspiracy can be true. Like it can be a true conspiracy. It can be like, or it can be a totally false, ridiculous.
But I didn't feel like he had to convince anyone with that video. That's more so the ones with him where I'm like, you're not even having to like try. You're just like literally reading off of this. And like, I don't feel like he had to connect any dots. It was just like, yeah, this happened, and that's exactly the truth.
Yeah.
And now we have the cheesy gordita crunch. And he also led it into like the book, like the reading books thing where you get the pizza party.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God. What was that called?
Books I don't know. I think they were
books for pizza. Surely that wasn't it. Surely it was a better name than that.
Yeah, that was part of it. Where like that was kind of an eventual.
Dude, we would go to Pizza Hut because of that. I'd be like, I got these fucking like book club coupons. Like we gotta go use them. Like it was a big deal to me to use them.
That's when you would eat in the restaurant.
Oh,
and they had those red translucent cups and the very ornate for a Pizza Hut chandeliers.
Mm-hmm.
Which I liked.
I would go there on lunch in high school and I would just eat the buffet. I miss that so much.
That would be great. Pizza and the salad bar, it was great. Yeah, old school Pizza Hut, the inside, that's pure nostalgia to me. That's where we would go after a baseball game to have like the team like pizza party. That's where we go, whether we lost the championship game or we won it, that's where we go. I've done a birthday party there, I think, one time. I loved Pizza Hut. I flooded the bathroom once.
How old were you then? Like 31.
Dude, I saw Home Alone, and they're the wet bandits, right? And that's the thing they did. Yeah. I was a wet bandit. Like, so I'd wait till we were about to pay the check, and I'd be like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we leave. And I'm like 9. I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we leave. And so my family would be paying the check, about to walk out the door, and I would be stuffing the sinks in the bathroom full of paper towels and turning them all on full blast and then walking out of there like Tom.
Why did you do that?
Possible. Because I wanted to be the wet bandits from Home Alone. I thought Joe Pesci was cool.
He was cool, and what you did was cool.
But even in that movie, Joe Pesci is like, "The fuck you do that for, Marv? Why you do that?"
Did you indulge in the sticky bandits with the tape on the hand?
No, that one didn't catch on as much. It was messy too. Although, like I did that thing. I remember it was the biggest, stupidest thing when I was in the 4th grade. It was this big parent-teacher conference. Kyle's in trouble. And like, oh my God, what has he done? Like, we need you to come in. I had taken Elmer's glue and put it on my hands and rubbed them together to make glue gloves. We had to have a
Why would
whole
that get you in
parent
trouble?
teacher
I was gonna say,
conference.
it's like
We had to have
Every
a-
little kid did that.
I genuinely had a teacher that was out to like get me or something. I think I disrupted class with or something, and she was trying to like frame me for being like needed to be in a special ed class or something. She's like, he's just so disruptive.
Yeah,
I
That
can't
happened to
control
me
him.
too.
Like I remember, well, yeah, they were trying to frame you too. Same thing. I remember one day I like in the boys' bathroom, there's piss all over the toilets and everything. So I flushed it with my foot, and somebody ratted me out for like flushing a toilet with my foot. And it was a parent-teacher conference. And I remember my dad always had my back. He was like, "Have you been in that boys' room? I've stopped by before I came in here. There's piss everywhere. You know what I did? Flushed a toilet with my foot." And I was like, "Oh, yes."
Thank you, Dad, for
10-year-old
saving me.
10-year-old me needed that so bad because
I was the kid who was pissing all over the toilet in the stall because I had that. I've said it before on the show, but I had my, like one of my first days of kindergarten, I had that thought standing in a stall pissing and just out of nowhere, just thought big boys do what they want. And I pissed all over the toilet, the walls of the stall.
you were hot off stealing like 3 lunches. And
I
you were
was
I can do what I want.
I was first of all, didn't steal. I was giving them. I ate, didn't steal lunches. Didn't have to. You don't have to steal lunches when you don't have to steal lunches when you eat 3. When your friend Tim is on a high dose of Adderall, his parents shouldn't have put him on that. They surely shouldn't. But he couldn't eat, and he'd get in trouble if he couldn't. So I would eat it. And so yeah, I just remember like the freeing feeling there, because I really had a feeling that like at 5 years old, like I'm a big boy now. Like I go to fucking school. I'm learning to read. I can pee wherever the hell I want.
I think that was the age I was peeing in the corner of my living room for no reason.
Damn, that's pretty
And
intense.
Old enough to be like, what the fuck am I doing? And then my mom catching me be like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, shit. And
Holy shit. In my
It
house, that
ended
would have
there,
been
but-
that would have been a paddling.
What did you say? You pee in the corner of the living room?
it was just some spot. I think next to the TV on the carpet, I just take a piss.
It's the same spot, just
Did
like
you do it more
a
than
dog.
once?
It was more than once, and until I got caught, and then that was when my mom. She wasn't even like
How
mad.
old
I
were
think
you?
she was more just. It had to be around Taylor standing on a toilet age. I think
Okay,
it was like
5, 6 probably.
yeah, I think 5 or 6. Like I was old enough to know like this.
I was
This
housebroken.
isn't
by
okay.
then.
Well, so was I. I could go to the bathroom. I could piss in a
say
toilet.
that.
You say that.
I can imagine his dad being like, "Oh, he says that, does he? Well,
Yeah.
the carpet cleaner rental says otherwise, bucko."
I just remember it completely wrong. I was just pissing my pants on accident,
You're just squatting there,
This is
wedding.
like-
remembering
that
it as like
moment-
dominance.
You remember that moment in The Waterboy when Bobby Boucher, Adam Sandler brings home Vicky Valancourt, his girlfriend, to meet Mama, and he's talking about like, "I'm a man now, Mama. I can do what I want." And she's like, "Oh, are you? That's a sheet over there. Why don't you tell her about your little bedtime troubles?" And his sheet is like has huge yellow piss stains on it. "Oh, please, Mama." Oh, it's so
No, I
good.
talked to my mom about this recently, and she was like, "Yeah, that is exactly how it happened. You were old enough to know better." Because then she brought up her coworker whose son has a problem with peeing in a drawer in the bathroom, and she's like, "Yeah, it's a big problem." And it made me
Damn.
think about you peeing in the living room. And I was
I've
like,
heard of people
Lord.
pissing in drawers, and I thought it was a meme because there's that great meme on the internet. It's a picture that looks like it was taken in 2002, and
Is it that kid?
they're opening a drawer that's full of urine. Like there's 3 inches of standing urine in a clearly open drawer, and the mother has just discovered it, and the child is clearly crying and squalling, like because he's been found out to be a drawer pisser, and it's immortalized. I don't understand that. Like, do we know why people pee in drawers?
it's more common than you think. It's like the high school dream. It happens to everyone.
Really? I've never
Everyone.
pissed in the drawer. I promise you.
Is it this one, Kyle? The kid in the Batman suit? It's just sitting next to a drawer.
That is
I've seen this
exactly
one. Yeah,
it. That is exactly it. Look at it. Zach stepped away, but when he gets back, he'll show that picture. That's exactly
Oh,
it. Look how
God, that
blurry
is-
that motherfucker is. It's been downloaded and shared 1 billion times.
That kid a Gatorade. God,
Yeah, that kid needs to
smelled
hydrate.
like?
that shit
You know
is
what that was?
dark.
It wasn't that dark before it like
Oh yeah,
Like-
probably.
You might have evaporated.
evaporated over time.
Ugh.
He's so embarrassed.
It distilled.
Is that what Batman does? Batman doesn't pee in drawers.
just dressed like
What are you, the
Batman pissing in a
No,
jar.
put on the Riddler costume, you sick fuck. Yeah, wear it.
Being a kid is so funny. Just the stupid shit you do all
Why would
the
he
time.
do that? Why would he do that? The only like I didn't pee myself growing up at all. Like I have no memory. Even I can remember being 4, but I don't remember ever peeing the bed other than when I was like 29. I think I had a dream where I was in the dream I had to pee, and so I'm like, oh, I'll go to the bathroom, and I go to the bathroom in the dream and like piss in a toilet, and it makes me piss my fucking bed in real life.
Yes.
And I wake up and I'm just like, I've pissed myself. I'm like, I'm gonna own this one so hard. Everyone in the house needs to know I've pissed myself.
Just flip the mattress over.
Everyone's been stricken by that. You think you're peeing in a toilet, but you're like on level 10 sleep apparently.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. It's not incontinence. I did it on purpose. Dream me what took over.
I
one of
was
those kids. It was a
sober
problem.
and I did it on accident. So there. Yeah. Still 2-2
Yeah,
in the
I
USA
know.
Canada game. 12 minutes left in the third. We're going to finish with enough time to catch the very, very, very end of the game. I'm excited. Come
We're
on.
going to figure out the titles quickly.
Yes, we're going to have to. Zach, you better be on fucking point. He must be on point because he brought that piss drawer up pretty quick. Did you have any other piss incidents as a child, Chris, or mostly the corner living room?
I mean, I was a bedwetter when I was young. Like it was a problem. And
But
then
like
it
funny
wasn't.
pee.
Funny pee? Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that wasn't very funny at the time.
No.
Oh no, I mean, other than like
No.
my brother breaking out of my duplex and going into my landlord's duplex to use his bathroom when we were drunk one night. And he didn't go to the bathroom first. He went to the my landlord is a family friend, so we knew him well. But he went to his bedroom and he just turned on the light and was just like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And other than that, though, not much else.
I have a friend. This is years ago now, probably when we were both in our mid-20s, and he had a habit where he would get drunk and then like consistently go stand up in the middle of the night and go to his closet and open the closet door
Bro.
and just pee into the closet. And I remember it was his girlfriend, now his wife. His girlfriend would like be on guard sometimes and wake up to like the sound of like droplets. And she'd be like, hey, you're asleep. And then he wouldn't snap back to. He
You
would
can't
just
wake
finish
up a
his
sleep
pee.
piss or he'll shit himself.
That's the risk. Yeah.
Put like rubber
Like-
bands in the closet door.
I remember when she told me that, and I was like, "Oh man, that's crazy. That's kind of like when you dream you're peeing, and then you end up
No,
pissing
it's
all over
not.
yourself in bed." And she was
No.
like, "No, this has happened like 8 or 9 times. Like I can't keep stuff in the floor of that closet anymore because it's going to get piss soaked."
That's
A
so
litter box.
awful. I would be so embarrassed by that. I would put like a litter box essentially in my
You
closet.
have to.
Yeah, my fucking all right. So we had a thunderstorm the other day, and Murphy peed under the bed. He peed under the bed on a rug that's under there, and it smelled so bad, and I couldn't find it. It reminded me of the time there was a spider in my bed, and so I start eliminating things that are in the room until I find the spider because I can't go to sleep now until the room is naked. The room was naked, and I had steamed the curtains and the walls.
Did you have a reason to believe the spider was extra troublesome?
I was in bed and it with no shirt on, and it crawled across my chest, and I flicked it so I didn't get a great look at it, but it was big, and I had to find him. I couldn't go back to sleep with him.
I would have befriended him.
I was on the
just would've
verge of
gone
getting a
back to bed,
hotel.
if I'm being honest.
I was on the verge of getting a hotel room that night. I had pulled my entire bed apart, and it was on the other side of the room. You can imagine, like each layer of covers and blankets and pillowcases had been stripped carefully, inspected carefully to make sure it wasn't in this fold and then placed in a safe pile across the room. And then I poisoned everything with spray. I was gassing
The stuff that
everything.
you sleep on?
The pillows.
Yes, under everything, on every, like in the crevices, because I can't find him. And I swear to God, I was putting my shit on to go to get a hotel room and he came crawling out from under this chest of drawers, like
Coughing.
just he looked like if you've ever seen RoboCop when the guy like crashes into all the toxic waste and his skin smells, his eyeballs popping out. Like he came out like that, and I was like, "Yeah, hey there, buddy." And fucking ground him into nothingness, and then I went back to fucking sleep.
That's not how I work at all. I have broken Jackie's spider will at this point, right? She used to be like, Woody, there's a spider. Me being the guy who's supposed to kill bugs around the house. And I'm like, that's Henry. We're friends. That's my pet spider. And
cool.
I'm just telling her I'm not going to kill a spider. I was like, have you noticed the cockroaches? Have you noticed the stink bugs? No. Well, thank a Henry. And he's the guy preventing these things, or this house, from having these problems. Now, if she sees a spider, specifically a wolf spider, she knows it's worthless. Don't ask Woody. I'm not saving it. And I'm not killing it. And I don't want it killed.
That's
She's on my
smart.
team now.
A wolf
That's been
spider
me
has got to
too.
be really big for me to step in and intervene.
Like, I don't have a problem with spiders because I know that they take care of the other stuff. So I've never really given a shit. And one time I was with my ex, and one got on her, and she flicked it off. And I knew we weren't going to find it, and she was just going to freak out the rest of the night. So I went to my dresser, and I'm like, oh, here it is. I'll take care of it. Anyway, I didn't have anything in my fucking hand. I'm like, this thing is still in here, but threat averted.
More devious.
That night
It's
it killed
very
her.
smart.
Yeah,
And that night, and that's why she's my ex.
Turns out,
turns out-
God rest her soul.
Turns out, not a Henry. Not a Henry at all. It was a bad one.
they don't call them Black Widows for nothing. I'll tell you.
If I see, I mean, black widows are very obvious. Like
They're
you can't
beautiful.
see that and then not know what it is. I'm gonna kill that.
Black
But
Widows are really pretty.
Everything
Like,
else, like a little house, brown recluse, but like you're really not even seeing
I
brown
don't know what those
recluse
look
that
like.
often. Brown recluse
I
are
mean,
very
to me-
nondescript.
Mice are the ones that
are.
I can't handle. If there's a
They're
mouse,
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
handle that.
I don't want a mouse in my house.
That almost got me to like Kyle going to a hotel because I heard it. I think it fell into my hamper one night in high school, and I kept hearing it squeal, and I just went to my friend's house because I'm like, I cannot listen to
Oh.
that all night.
I told you guys
so-
when this happened, but I had to remove like a squirrel from my house 2 years ago. Like I was moving stuff in and out of my garage, and I was leaving the door to my kitchen open so I could just carry heavy things, like put them out in the garage and then come back in. So I wasn't having to fumble going through my laundry room to get out to the garage. And so I left it open, and the garage door was open too, I guess. And like maybe 10 hours, like a whole day's worth of time, like after I finished all this stuff in the late morning, I'm sitting on my couch at night, and I just hear like a rustle, like just like rustling. And I kept walking into my kitchen and looking around, trying to find like what the hell is going on. And then I'd go back and I'd sit down and I'd hear a little scritching and scratching. And then I go, like, finally I go and I open my my pantry, and I'm looking in, and I'm like, I don't see anything. Close it, go back, sit down, more scritching and scratching. I go check my pantry again, and behind like a box of like soda and like a big bag of rice is just the big billowy tail of like a chipmunk or a squirrel sticking out. And literally I was like, ugh, and it was like 1 a.m. Like I'm like going to bed, and I just closed the pantry and I was like, this will be a problem for tomorrow.
Good night, squirrel.
Good night, squirrel. And so I closed them in there. And then the next morning I woke up and I'm like brushing my teeth, and I'm like, oh yeah, the squirrel in my pantry. And so I
open
had
the
to
pantry.
go.
There's a squirrel in there. What?
Don't open the pantry. There's a squirrel in the fucking pantry. And so I had to open it up. And the way my pantry door opens, it would encourage it to run out and take a right to go into my home. And so I had to avoid that. And so like I got a broom and was just like, and first of all, if you have a squirrel or chipmunk problem, don't ignore it overnight, because it's going to shit all over the floor of your pantry, and it's going to tear into the bag of rice. And it's going to be an enormous mess. and so just take care of it in the moment. And so I opened it and kept trying to like, no, no, like try and spook him out of there. And I have I have it set up so that it should just run straight through because it's a straight shot. If he takes a left out of my pantry, right out into the garage, right out into the world, and he can live his life. And instead, he took a hard left and then an immediate right into my laundry room, which is where right by the garage. And so he was scurrying around, hiding under clothes, hiding behind my washer and dryer. And so I had to just keep antagonizing him and trying to get him out of there. I wasn't going to hurt him or anything because that would be fucked up, but I was just trying to rattle stuff and spook him. And it took me 40 minutes to get this thing out into my garage. And it was either a very small chipmunk or a very large chipmunk or a very small squirrel. It was a big enough animal
you needed
to
to
cause
set up
alarm.
an obstacle course, a clear with boxes and different things around the house, a clear shot.
I should have, but I didn't have all the accoutrement. The
you didn't have any ramps
needed for that. I put a small, I put one of those clear see-through rat traps, not the ones that kill them, or a mouse trap. So I thought it was a mouse where you push that little lever down and then you put peanut butter in there and then they run in and it traps them. I didn't realize till the next morning that this thing could barely even fit its fucking head in that trap. No wonder it didn't get caught by it. But hopefully he's living a long and healthy life.
He has to be alive.
I hope so. Big shout out to him. He made it out of my house with no injuries and he shit all over the fucking pantry. I had to get bleach and scrub it out.
What was the poop like?
It was little.
Pellets?
It
Like
was
a rabbit?
Like little pellets. Yeah.
What it tastes like?
It was gritty.
Those kind of chocolate chips, you can't be too sure.
It was just a big pile of uncooked white rice that it was clearly eating a ton of, and then little poops on
You
top
might be
of it.
constipated. You got a whole brat diet going on.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Well,
You guys
anyway,
ready to wrap?
I
Chris.
remember, I was gonna say real quick. I think it was on this old hunting comedy video I watched when I was a kid. But you've got the master tracker and the Padawan is learning from him, and they're tracking a deer or something. He kneels down next to this pile of deer shit. There's a pile of little balls of shit, and he grabs the shit and he's examining it, and it's warm. He runs his hands through it. And puts in his mouth, starts chewing this handful of shit up. And he's chewing it like tobacco and spitting a little.
Oh,
He's like,
that shit.
he went east from here. He's thirsty, so he'd be going over there to get some water. Yep. He's a big one, too. He's a male, about 180, 200 pounds maybe. And the guy goes, my God, you can determine all that from tasting the shit? But, no, hell no. Use tracks right there.
We should have brought water. That's funny.
Just eating this shit for fun. Yeah, that was a great time. Thank you for coming on, Chris.
Yes. Where
Yeah,
can
no
everyone
problem.
find your
Thanks for having
stuff, Chris?
Chris James on YouTube, Chris the James everywhere else.
Cool,
Check him
cool.
out. Check out Chris.
Thanks for having me.
740.